Hello! Got some hype from Maxi. Maxi's hype. He's here, he's ready to get started. He's ready to jump on the 4-job Fiesta train. We're all good. We're all getting ready. Giving everyone a bit of time to jump on in. I don't want to start the game and have people miss any parts of it, because I'm not necessarily going to read all of the story out as it happens and stuff like that in the game, but try and give like the Cliff Notes version, some of the stuff that happens, some of the longer cutscenes and things. So, but also the fun part of the Fiesta is seeing the jobs as you get them and everything. So, seeing as the plan is to at least get the first 3 tonight, because I always aim. I did it last year, both runs. I was like, I'll get all 4 jobs for the first stream, and then I get like just past the 3rd set of jobs in the Fire Crystal, and I'm like, oh, I've got so far to go before I get the Earth Crystal done, and I'm like tired, so I'm gonna stop here or something. So I reckon I can get 3. Like, even if I don't do the Karnak 500 after the 3rd jobs, at least I'll have the 3rd set of jobs, and we'll know what 3 of my 4 jobs are today. We'll get a job 4 tomorrow if I don't get all 4 of them today. Yeah, totally psyched. All right. Oh, this is gonna be fun. The interesting part about it is Pixel Remaster. I wonder if that thread got updated. There was a thread on Reddit about the Pixel Remaster for this. They were talking about how the some of the stuff that we take for granted in the other versions of the game are harder. Because I usually run the Game Boy Advance version because I like it. I like the graphics in it. Any of the Super Nintendo versions that you can get have really bad translations. So like the PlayStation 1 Anthology version, which has 3, 5, and 6 on it. Not 3, 4, 5, and 6. Why did I say 3? I was thinking Final Fantasy 3/6. I'm dumb. Yeah, that one has a really bad translation they did in-house for Final Fantasy 5, which has some really bad problems. I'll be talking about some of that as we go along, because some of the bad translation stuff in Final Fantasy 5 cracks me up every time it happens. So we'll see how that all goes, the Pixel Remaster. I did do the text fix on it already. That all looks probably... Remind me, I'm just double checking the Fiesta thread about the balance stuff. That's all the stuff I was aware of. That is all stuff I was aware of. Oh god, I forgot about that. Okay. Well, that's going to be a lot harder when I get there. Explain some of this. Oh, okay. That's fine. Just saw a comment from the dude who's listing out all the changes, where someone was like, oh, is this a problem? Like, if I normally play GBA, should I not play the Pixel Remaster? And he was like, look, I've done enough runs of the Pixel Remaster now to cover basically every single job combination, and if your runs typically end around level 40-ish in the Fiesta, then you're fine. All it does is lowers the margin for error on some of the worst classes. So, that should be fine for me. I usually don't have too much trouble with it all. So let's transfer on over. Get this show on the road. I haven't started up the game yet. I have it all set up correctly. It's not that I don't have the game showing. I just really wanted everyone to see this lovely intro, because I love it every time I see it for Final Fantasy V. This. Isn't that a lovely title screen? And then... Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, here we go. I remember the name of this track off the top of my head. It's like Adventures with Friends or something like that. It's the overworld theme in Final Fantasy V. It's such a good piece of music. There's our main character. who for this run will be called Avros, but his name is Bart, B-A-R-T-Z. And, funnily enough, speaking of bad translations from the original translation of this game they did, in the original translation, they called him, the official one, they called him Burtz, B-U-R-T-Z, which is a dumb name. And in the fan translation that people did originally of the SNES version, they called him Butts. Which cracks me up every time. Alright. Let's go. New game. See down on the UI down there, next to the 4-Job Fiesta logo, we've got our lovely spinning crystals there. They represent the 4 crystals in the order we're going to go and see them. Got the Wind Crystal, Water Crystal, Fire, and Earth in that order. They're going to give us our jobs as we go and get to them. I'll explain more when we get to the Wind Crystal, because it's kind of a little cool piece of the story. But I like having those little gifts down there. Actually, I edited those myself, because they're not from Final Fantasy V. The crystals in this don't look that good. They're actually the crystals from, which ones did I grab? I think they're from Final Fantasy IV. I always get mixed up. I can't remember if they're the ones from 4 or Mystic Quest. But I'm pretty sure they're the ones from 4. And unlike the other Final Fantasies played so far, this one starts with actually a story cutscene. Check this out. Got a lovely dragon. That's Lena. And her father. Asking if he really has to go. And that's King Tycoon. He's going to go because he needs to protect the castle, and under no circumstances is Lena to follow him. The father... I love this story. Something is wrong with the wind. This sounds familiar to Final Fantasy I, it should. You must go to the Wind Shrine to make sure nothing's happened to the crystal. Because if you remember, from either Final Fantasy I or Strangers of Paradise, something was messing with the 4 crystals of the elements. This is also true in Final Fantasy III. And it was messing with the actual elemental forces in the real world. So, basically, something's gone wrong with the wind, so King Tycoon's assumed something's happened to the Wind Crystal. So he's going to go and check that, because his kingdom that he's in here, Kingdom of Tycoon, as it turns out it's called, is responsible for the Wind Crystal. There's a little bit of background lore that don't explain all of this unless you talk to literally every NPC, which is a massive pain. So he's going to go and see what's happening with the Wind Crystal. And we cut to our next scene here. Our intro to the story. Got a boat full of pirates. They actually look like pirates again. They don't look like Vikings, like in Final Fantasy III. Here's another character. Wind stops blowing. Pirates is like, yeah, the wind's just stopped. But you know, pirates had noticed because their boat's going to stop working. Now we've got this guy here. I've got to hurry. Don't know where he is. In a cave somewhere. Lena's at the top of the castle. And she notices the wind stopped. So she assumes something bad's happened to King Tycoon, obviously. Because he's gone to check what's happened with the Wind Crystal. So if the crystal's in danger and the wind stopped entirely, then something must have happened. So here's King Tycoon. What in blazes? And there's a bunch of energy around the crystal. And then it suddenly... Oh, wait for it. Whole screen's gone very blue. And the crystal shatters. That explains how the wind stopped. The crystal's gone, so there's nothing controlling the wind anymore. Blue screen of crystal destruction? Exactly. We go to the forest. Here's our friendly protagonist from the title screen. This is me, Zavros, for this game. On himself by the fire. He's got his lovely friend Chocobo. Hi, Kami. How you doing? A giant meteor just fell. Soaring over the mountains. No overworld map. See plenty of this. Flies right over the top of the forest where Bart is, and he's like, well, we gotta go and see what the hell's going on. And he remembers to put his fire out in the middle of a forest. His Chocobo friend there. Let's see what's going on with Meteor. Tycoon Meteorites. Okay, wait here, okay? Okay, the Chocobo. Alright. I get to go and do... Config battle mode is active, because wait. Flame, speed is normal. Normal, cursor memory off, continue auto battle off, the equip is optimal, graphics is base standard, brightness custom. That is all fine. Oh, we don't have always sprint. Well, that's lame. The GPA remake of this has an always sprint option, so you're always sprinting. This is based off the SNES version, so I guess it makes a bit more sense. Alright. I always have always sprint on. I can't change my menu color either. Well, I'll just have to live with it. Anyway. I'm gonna go and see what happened with this meteorite. We get over here, and that's Princess Lena. And she's being attacked by goblins, so now it's time to fight the goblins. Oh yeah, I'm hearing some of these remixes of the music for the first time, the remasters. This is really good. No menu color, that's a straight up rip, yeah. Can't even have people vote for custom menu color. Hey, you alright? Yes, I believe so. Give my thanks. My name is Lena, and you are? Me? Nope. His name is not Bart's. This is Avros. My character symbols will not display properly. Yes. Call me Avros. Me and my Chocobo just go wherever the trail leads us. Avros. Rock suddenly fell from the sky. The impact must have knocked me out. Guess it's a meteorite. I think she's lucky to just be knocked out by a giant meteorite flying in from overhead, right? Like, she's not dead being that close to it. Like, just being knocked out's kind of lucky. A meteorite? I wonder if it has connection to the wind stopping. Again, I give her my thanks. I wish I could do something more to show my appreciation, but I really must go. Oh, hey. Hold up a sec. Ross, did you hear something? Huh? Help me. Over there. Look, it's an old man. You alright? Where am I? Ugh, my aching head. Sakes alive, what happened? I don't remember. Can't remember anything. You hit your head pretty bad. Maybe you got amnesia. Oh, something come back to me. My name's Galuf. That's a start. Anything else? Nope, just the name. Other than that, my memory's a complete blank. Oh, Galuf. It's so good. Very sorry, you must excuse me, I have no time to waste. Where are you going? I must go to the Wind Shrine. The Wind Shrine! Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure that's where I was headed. It's decided I'm going with you. But... gotta get to that shrine, I feel it in my bones. You gotta take me with. Eros, what about you? Oh yeah, bow out on this one. Good luck though. Answer the call to adventure. Eros, thank you again. Farewell. Godspeed and all that and whatnot. How does he remember Godspeed but doesn't remember, like, anything else? Like, he barely remembers his own name, but he still remembers the, you know, colloquialism for Godspeed. Like... Capacitor down here. Nelly Phoenix down, because they're expensive. Godspeed operative, exactly. Alright. Aboko. Let's go on our journey, Chocobo friend. Alright. We can't go north because the meteorite's blocking the way, so the only way we got to go this way. Boko just stops all of a sudden, throws us off. Ow, Boko. Bad Chocobo. What are you doing stopping like that? Don't you give me that look. Quack. It's going good. Thank you for the follow, Magic Freak. Yeah, I know. Girl and the old man went off together. With all the goblins around these parts. Fine, I got it. Ah. Yeah. Fucker, come on. Where? Alright, Boko, let's go. I know goblins. Part of the game's basically a tutorial on the combat, but like, also not. The start was a pain. I'm doing a pure chaos berserker risk, so I'm expecting mine to be a pain at some point. I do know what my first job is, but I'm not putting it on the overlay down the bottom just yet, because I'm hoping to make it a bit of fun and surprise what jobs I get. But yeah, I will say my first job will make this actually not so bad. So Chaos run with risk. Yeah, I do pure chaos berserker risk for my first run every year, so it's tradition at this point. I got lucky though, so only a little bit of pain to deal with early on. Alright, so we saved Lena and Galuf. Good morning. Everos. Dark Berserkers with Liquid Flame, and that wasn't fun. Oh, no, please. Alright. We're glossing over this cutscene. I guess I'm not going to read through all of them. Basically, there's landslides. We can't go back the way we came from. We're going to have to get to Tool somehow. And then from there to the Wind Shrine. Galuf's still asleep. He's like, yep, definitely got to get to the Wind Shrine as well. Aros is like, I'm going to join you and make sure you get there safely personally. Ranger, Berserker, Mystic Knight, Monk. It could be worse. Galuf's like, yeah, you got the hots for her. I was like, wait, what? And they've had a good laugh. Like, well, just gonna have to try. We'll figure it out. That part is no healing. True. You can at least use animals with the ranger and hopefully get the bluebirds, though. Like, that'd work. I mean, it's not a great option, but it's better than nothing. Alright. And we're gonna go all the way up here to this cave. I know exactly where I'm going. And we're gonna tell Boko to stay here. This cave entrance wasn't here previously, as Lena just said. Must have opened up in all the earthquakes. Now it's time for the first quote-unquote dungeon of the game. The cave. That spring. Using a game mechanic. Once we get there. Oh, this is a good one too. Soul Cannon, 1 Mystic, 2 Rangers, and a Berserker. Yeah. You wouldn't want to run too many Berserkers against the Soul Cannon. That'd be bad. Ideal. Equipment. One of the sword, because their attack's not as good as it is on bots. Early combat in this game is kind of a joke. There's nothing to do. Spend all your time basically just auto-attacking. So having the auto mode in the Pixel Remaster is handy. So you stumble across a pirate in the cave. Hey, Bacon! How you doing? He's gonna press this button here. Opens up a secret passageway. Aha, so that's how you get in. Alright. Fight some bats. Love the auto attacks with the Pixel remasters. Yeah, well, I've been playing through all of them. I finished 3 just recently. Streaming them all. I was hoping to get through 3 a bit quicker, so I could get to 4 before the full job Fiesta, but yeah, didn't make it in time. So, which I guess is partially my own fault, because I played through Stranger of Paradise as well, in between, when I was supposed to be playing 3. Wonder for a while back? Nice. They're so much fun, the older ones. Look at that. I'm going to go and peek out this hole in the wall. As we do so, you notice a boat, which is strange, because the wind stopped. There shouldn't be any boats sailing around. Just now. How's the sound with the wind so weak? Everyone's confused. I'm gonna go and find out the mystery of this boat. Alright. And, we're in a pirate hideout. Here's Payne made the mistake doing the final leap without having enough shurikens. Yeah, that's... Cloud of Darkness is not a well-designed fight. It's a pirate hideout. In that ship we saw, it must have been a pirate ship. Boat with no wind must be yours. That's exactly what I always thought when that happens. It's like, how are they sailing that boat without wind? I don't know, oars. But they might give us a ride. The only one, if ride they'd be interested in for us would be a kill hole for all 3 of us. Yeah, we can't ask for a favor from a pirate, that's why we sneak on and steal their ship. Well, you're pretty gutsy for an old-timer. Yeah. Alright. Gal's got the best plan here, we're gonna go and steal a pirate ship. Yo ho ho! And stuff. Time to cast off! Bart's forgot his training from Sea of Thieves and doesn't remember to lift up the anchor first. Oh, cast off means start sailing, kid. I know that. The wheel won't even budge. How do you work this thing? Trying to work anything and there'll be devil to pay. If anyone was paying attention during the opening cutscene, here's our friend Faris again. Trying to steal my ship, are you? Got a lot of brass. I may have you just lacking in brains. I'd wager the latter. Wait, I'm Princess Lena of Tycoon. Please accept my apologies for attempting to commandeer your ship. They're both shocked. They're like, what the hell? What, she's a princess? Girl's royalty. So, this is a formal request from the Kingdom of Tycoon. Please, allow us to use your vessel. I must get to the Wind Shrine. My father is in danger. Paris just laughs it off. Oh ho, Princess of Tycoon. Here on my ship. I'm sure we could fetch a tasty sum for this one. Hey, leave her alone, you degenerate, lecherous, piratey pirate. Beg of you, please. There's a talisman that shines. Pendant. Also, a lot of them in the brig. Aye, aye, Captain. Well, our quest off to a good start. Almost killed by a meteor for one party member. Another one has amnesia, and now we're all thrown in the pirate's brig. This is a fine how do you do. The genius came up with the idea to steal a pirate ship anyway. And the mirror pops. Oh, making head. I can't remember a thing. And your amnesia, oh so conveniently returns. Still. I can't believe you're really the Princess of Tycoon, Lana. Sorry, I didn't intend to keep it a secret. Not that big of a deal, but if you're the princess, why are you going to the Wind Shrine all alone? My father was there. He hadn't been gone long when the wind dropped to almost nothing. I just can't shake the feeling that something terrible was happening. I looked out of the castle and headed for the shrine. Then the meteorite fell, and you know the rest. And now it's night time. I'm just gonna pan on over to a different part of the ship for a second here. Hey, look, it's Lena. Named Faris. Wrong character. Why does the Princess of Tycoon have the same pendant I do? Look, she's got the same pendant. But her father's at the Wind Shrine. Alright. About to kick off the story proper. Better cast off, lads. Set a course to the Wind Shrine. Captain, what about these landlubbers? Untie them. Sometime today would be nice. But why? I already considered your request. Go back to the brig if you'd prefer. Polanka, we sail for the Wind Shrine. Hey, something wrong with your ears today? I hope I don't have to repeat myself. Well? Aye, aye, Captain. Alright. He's gonna go up to the crow's nest. Who's ready for the first cool reveal of the game, for anyone who hasn't seen this before? Because it's about to happen. The wind has stopped. How can the ship move? Full of curiosity, aren't you, lass? Zildra, come up and say hello. Everybody, meet Zildra. We're all shocked. I'm not, because I've seen this game before. Beautiful, isn't she? Zildra and I were raised together. We're close as siblings. Zildra's a sea dragon. So, yeah, if you ever run into a situation where you've got a boat and there's no wind, just get yourself a sea dragon. Alright, we're off. Now the game's gonna ask me if I want it to play for me, and I'm gonna tell it no. No, don't sail for me to the Wind Shrine. Build oars are more practical, you'd be right. Now's the time for me to conveniently point out the thing I like pointing out on all of these old Final Fantasy maps. This one is also a dragon. Just for anyone who didn't notice. Alright. Grog, grog! Okay, bye. Bye, Thunder Cookie! I'll stop in and have a drink as well. Bye, Faris. Alright. We get ourselves some free loot. Adventurers, College, Greenhorns Club. Yes, I'm near. Thank you. Not new enough to need to talk to any of you, though. Alright, and... oh, this guy. Monsters! I think you mean monster... leather shoes. Hey, haha! Sometimes monsters hide in treasure chests. Try to be more careful from now on. I mean, you told me there was a president there. Jack. Alright. Free loot acquired. Don't forget about me. What if I do forget about you? Alright. Need one more broadsword, because Gal's got nothing. I'm not even going to bother with any armor. It's really worth it at this point. Paris is going to be like, haha, trying to leave without me. Or, don't even know how to work the ship. Alright. Preparations complete. Let's go to the Wind Shrine. Get our first job. For anyone who doesn't know what the 4-job Fiesta is, we'll just go ahead and pop that one in the chat. So, the 4-job Fiesta is an event that's going to restrict the jobs I have access to throughout the entire game, and is in support of charity. This year it's for Planned Parenthood of America, and as I said there, for everyone that's part of my community or watching my streams, that lets me know that they've finished a run before the end of the event, I'll be donating $10 to the charity for every person that does it. Alright. So we're gonna go and find out what's happened with the crystal because we just talked to the Chancellor, I think he is. I was gonna say Vizier. I'm like, that's the wrong word. The Chancellor. And he's told us that the king showed up, went upstairs, and then the wind stopped. So we are assuming something bad's happened to King Tycoon. So we need to go and find out what exactly that was. This is our next dungeon. It's also incredibly short. Pretty much the worst enemies we have in here is those white serpents. It's a save point. Save inside dungeons finally. No. Wizard also no. Talked about this. Not Crocodile Dundee. Not doing that. Okay. Alright. Fine. Good. Alright. I love that. Many people don't know about that secret passageway. Broadsword. Grenade? Sure, why not? Alright. First boss, let's go. Guy's not playing around. It's the Wing Raptor. That's the only deadly attack he's got. Breath Wing. This is why when people call me Yasuo, I'm like, that's not entirely accurate. Like, Hanzo's more accurate, because at least he's got a beard. Oh no, the first boss, so hard. That is actually the boss music in this for the regular bosses as well, so... In case anyone was like, how is that a boss? It is, that's the first boss of the game, and we're done. Now I'm going to go to the top of the Wind Shrine. And as we already know, the crystal shattered in 2 pieces. It's shattered. And the crystal starts glowing. What the... Oh, we got a little bit of a cutscene here. So this is one of the other crystals. This is the fire crystal. Hence the, like, flames going up around it. And it sends out some of its energy. Comes flying in and hits Faris. Courage, the essence of flame. So we get preload the Final Fantasy theme. This one's the water crystal. Mixed between Graves and Yasuo, I'll take it, that's fine. I don't mind that one. Power of water goes into Lana. Devotion, the essence of water. Goes to some random town in the middle of nowhere. Here's the earth crystal. That's got the yellow energy around it. It also sends its energy to our heroes. It's going to go into Galuf. Today's been good. Hope, the essence of earth. And last but not least, despite the fact that it's broken, the essence of wind for me, Avros. Passion, the essence of wind. What was that? What's happening? Feels warm. Are the crystal's essences? Oh, it's King Tycoon. Except he's all like transparent. That doesn't seem good. Father! Listen and listen well. You're the chosen 4, the warriors of light, bearer of the 4 crystal essences. Father, what do you mean? The wind crystal is already shattered. The other 3 crystals are in danger as well. You 4 must protect them. An evil presence is awakening, one that wishes to return everything to darkness. Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for more hydrates. Father! Go forth, warriors of light, and save the crystals. Wait, no, Father! Alright, now I'm gonna get attacked by crystal shards. What are these? Guess they're pieces of the crystal. Menacing us. Alright. And now we get the first 6 jobs of the game, and we only get to use maybe one of them because I'm playing in pure chaos mode. They are set crystal fragments installed within the power of warriors of legend. Knight, monk, blue mage, thief, black mage, and white mage. There we go, first 6 jobs. Which also means, as part of the 4-job Fiesta, we get to unlock our first job. Which is... Anyone want to take any guesses? Could be any job in the game. I can bring up a full job list if anyone wants. And grab here for 2 reasons. Either his title or for draw lines. What if it's both? Alright. And job number 1 is... Blue Mage. I actually do get a job right off the bat. Pretty good, because you don't always get that in pure chaos. I think it's time we got out of here. Tunnel. Good war panel behind the altar that will take us outside. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Got something I need to get here. Right. So, I'm going to do a quick discussion about the job system in Final Fantasy V. Because this is one of the major reasons why the 4-job Fiesta exists. So, to start off with, we have our job list here. So you can see we got the jobs we just got to start with. We got the Knight, Monk, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage, Blue Mage, and the Freelancer. Which the Freelancer is the default job you have at the start. And just to sort of take you through it, if you pick Freelancer, which I can't change to because I'm already a Freelancer as it is, won't do anything. But if we were to say to change to Monk, or Fighter, or Knight sort of thing here, it'll go, do you want to change jobs? You go, yes. It'll ask a set of character abilities. You get a job command, so in this case, Guard, and any other abilities. And there's a huge list of abilities here you can unlock from playing all the different jobs. And in a normal run of Final Fantasy V, you would work your way through all of these, getting all your jobs together, and sort of mix and match stuff and custom build classes to make the game more fun and enjoyable for yourself. In the 4-job Fiesta, what essentially happens here is you get stuck with specific jobs. So, because I'm doing what's called a pure chaos run, I could have gotten any job in the game from the first crystal. I actually got lucky to get one that's actually from that crystal to start with. So I actually get to set blue mages. And so now that I have blue mages, I have access to blue magic, and abilities is none because I don't have any extra abilities yet. So we just go ahead and say, yes, we're done. Let's go to optimals, and Avros is now blue mage. Hey Toph, welcome. Happy 4-job Fiesta. And so now everyone's going to be stuck as blue mages until we get our next job. So yeah, got lucky enough to actually get a job we could use right off the bat, so that's pretty good. Now, here's the next part we get to talk about. We get to talk about what the jobs do. I put a lot of effort into this. I'm actually pretty proud of this one. Bam! Look at that. I made little job charts. So, job 1, blue mage. So the base stats we've got there is -8 to strength, 1 agility, 3 vitality, and 23 magic power. If you actually go into your sort of statuses here, I'm just going to turn this off for a second. You can kind of see there, like, strength, agility, stamina, magic, attack, and all the rest of it. And evasion, the rest of your stats there. So your commands there, so attack and items are on every class except for Monk, I think, just has attack. Not Monk, Mime just has attack, but hopefully we won't get Mime. Mime's going to be a massive pain in the ass if I get it. Yeah, 7 out of 22 jobs acquired. What the stats there actually mean to the base stats is each character as they level up will actually get increased stats to the strength, agility, stamina, and magic power. And as you change between jobs, it will actually influence those base stats to change what they can do. So Blue Mage doesn't have the best strength, so they're not good at auto-attacking necessarily. But 23 magic power, being a mage, they are good at casting spells. Vitality influences your maximum HP, and agility influences your speed in combat and stuff like that under the active battle system. Now, where this becomes really interesting is some jobs, when they reach certain levels, will give you increased base stats to the Freelancer class, allowing you to come back to Freelancer, which is that sort of Jack of all trades, Master of none, has access to use any of the abilities, and will actually let them make use of those increased stats. But also those increased stats will come across to some of the other classes as well. So if you have something like Monk, which gives you plus 26 base strength, which is the highest you can get to any of the base stats, that'll come across when you go to Knight or something, making you hit way harder. So it's another way that this whole job system works really well altogether. So to cover off what we're going to get from Blue Mage as our first job, when we get to 10 ABP, which is the ability points. I was like, what's the AB stand for? No, it's AB as ability points, which unlocks your abilities. At level 1, we'll get Check, which gives us the ability to check an enemy's HP and maximum HP. It's also supposed to check elemental weaknesses, but in every version of the game that exists, it's bugged and it doesn't work properly. So that's really fun. Level 2 is Learning, which allows us to learn monster special attacks. That is an innate ability of the Blue Mage. If the class is already selected, you just have that by default. You don't actually have to hit job level 2, which is really convenient, because otherwise the Blue Mage wouldn't be able to learn any enemy attacks without that. You will see we're going to try and get everyone to about level 2 with Blue Mage at some point, because that character has to be hit by the ability for the party as a whole to learn it, and for some of the abilities we're going to want to learn them. Level 2 will give the ability Blue to any other jobs we choose, so we can actually use Blue Magic as any other job, which is going to be really, really handy. And level 4 is Scan, which gives the enemy's level, HP, both current and maximum weaknesses, and their current conditions. If they're affected by any debuffs or anything like that, will actually show up there as well. Blue Mage is one of the easier classes to max out. 350 ABP is actually very, very low. I've got the ABP there for each level, so like 10 for the first level, 10 total. We need 20, so a total of 30 in the job to get to, level 2 to get learning, etc., etc. 350 is incredibly low, so we've actually got pretty lucky to get Blue Mage there. Not that we're necessarily going to max it out on everybody, but it's kind of broken, so it's really, really good that we got it early. Especially good that we got it early with Pure Chaos, and especially good that we got it like right off the bat here as well. Alright, so I'm going to try and learn some things. We can't learn Entangle, which is fine, it's not great. What we can learn here, though, is a little ability called Goblin Punch. There it is. One of our Blue Mages got hit by Goblin Punch from the Goblins. So now we can switch to attacking. Everything's going to die nice and quickly. Yeah, the ATB is way more familiar. And there we go, learned Goblin Punch. There's our first Blue Magic spell. Goblin Punch is a really, really interesting ability, because it does really, really high damage as attacks on every enemy with Goblin Strength. It costs no mana whatsoever, but it can hit stupidly hard. Like, it's hitting for about the same amount of damage as our swords are right now. It only that, and oh, look at that. Hit for 30, but Avros hit for 240 with his Goblin Punch, which at this point in the game, when a regular attack's only hitting for like 30, is a lot. The reason for that is that the Goblin Punch does additional damage if the person using its did a maximum or current HP or level. I can never remember which one it is in 5. The closer it is to like 8, or if it is exactly 8, it does more damage. It's so weird. I wonder if the bug's still in this. Would you like an explanation about the crystal fragments, the job ability system? No, Chocobo, I just gave that explanation. So I say no. Let's see if the bug's still in this game. Chocobo's gonna leave. Is he gonna give me the explanation anyway? Hey, it's fixed, alright. They fixed it in the Pixel Remaster, that's weird. There was a massive bug in FF5 and some of the previous versions where it goes, hey, do you want an explanation of the job system and the crystal fragments? And you're like, no. And it's like, okay, Waves leaves the screen, and then the tutorial plays anyway, and you're like, what the fuck, game? Why? Yeah, Gala feeding some dirt there, that's fine. The XP plays such a minor part in this game for how powerful characters get that I'm not worried at all. How do I get back to the hideout? Like this, right? It's like Kirby Fun Pack. Do you know explanation of copy? No. Here it is. Yeah. Golden Punch is so good because it costs no mana. Galvstead, Avros, that's fine. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, look. There's a quick Boko's footprints. Tell me he tried to go after us. Right. We're gonna go and find out what happened to Boko as well, because that Chocobo's not outside the cave where we told him to wait. Hey, bats, perfect. Alright. Defend, defend, defend. Defend. Now that everyone's in defensive position, we're gonna hit auto battle and wait for our next ability. I'm used to reading comments so fast. Come on. There it is. Alright, cool. We've learned Vampire. So you have to get hit by blue magic to learn it. Did we get it? Learn Vampire. There we go. Alrighty. Perfect. We are now ready for the next boss. Preemptive Strike. Everyone's ATB gauge is full. Aha, Goblin Punch. Obligatory Otashi Vampire. I don't know the rest of the words to that song, otherwise I'd start singing it. Alright. And press the button. Let's go find out what happened to our Chocobo. Punch him! Dangerous at 7, maybe it's... I only did 30. I forget. Yes, this game is great. The job system is great. This first 30 minutes on the story of Final Fantasy V. Hey Toph, do you remember Final Fantasy 1? I'm joking. Yeah, let's just quickly go in here while I think of it. That one. Now. No, so basically, this game kicked off with the King of Tycoon. There he is. Berserker! There. Oh, he's been hurt. Venom zonked out in the cave, so run back here. He'll be fine. Now he's in my capable hands. Please, if you can help him. Give everything to me. That's my Chocobo. That's why I'm concerned about his health. Yeah, I didn't think there was. No, it's not. Yes, the game starts off with a cutscene. The King of Tycoon, which is the local kingdom near here, tells his daughter Lena, who's in our party. She's that one. The pink-haired one, second one down. That he's got to go to the Wind Shrine because there's something going wrong. The wind is stopping, basically. And not to follow it. So he leaves to go to the Wind Shrine. And then, while he's left to go to the Wind Shrine and flies off, she's standing waiting for him at the top of the castle to come back on a dragon, because he flies away on like a little tiny wyvern dragon thing. And while that's happening, it cuts to Faris, the fourth one down in our party, the purple-haired one, on a boat. She's a pirate captain. Being all like, oh, the wind stopped. That's really weird. That's concerning. And then it cuts to Galuf inside of a cave, which you don't know at the time. We'll find out later. Is relevant to what's going on. And he's like, I have to hurry, but it doesn't show you his name. It shows you everyone else's name in the intro. Hey, everyone's level 2. We got check. And then basically cuts to Avros, our main character here, whose name is normally Bartz. B-A-R-T-Z. And he's sitting there chilling with Boko in the forest around a campfire, and a giant meteorite goes flying overhead and crashes down in the forest, and so you decide to go and see what happened with it. When you get to the meteorite, you find Lena being attacked by goblins, save her, you find Galuf outside of the meteorite, knocked out. He's got amnesia, all he remembers is his name, and when Lena mentions the Wind Shrine that he needs to go there. It was bots in a bad translation, basically. is the long story short, yeah. He's had lots of different names. The official one is Bartz, B-A-R-T-Z. In the original, like, PS1 translation, it's Burtz, B-U-R-T-Z, and in the fan translation, it's Bartz, B-U-T-Z. Anyway, is a mission to accompany a guy who has amnesia. No, Lena was going to the Wind Shrine because the wind stopped, because she wants to find out what happened to her dad. Because the wind stopped. The cutscene actually shows you right at the start that when the wind stopped, it did actually like happen because of the crystal shattering. So we did actually already know that the wind crystal had shattered, which is bad. And basically, we're going to we were going on the mission to go to the Wind Shrine. Big earthquake happens. They can't get there. We go to the pirate cave. We find Faris and her pirate ship, which is sailing without the wind. We try and steal it. She locks us up. Lena says, "I'm the Princess of Tycoon," which the rest of the party didn't know at the time. And basically she goes, throw them all in the jail. And then it's revealed in the little cutscene she's got the same pendant that Lena has, which she saw when Lena was like, "I'm the Princess of Tycoon, please help us." And then she's like, nope, free them all, we're going to go to the Wind Shrine. And so we go to the Wind Shrine, we get there, the crystals, the wind still stopped. We talk to the counselor, he's like, well, King Tycoon went upstairs, something bad happened because he hasn't come back. We go upstairs, we beat the first boss, the crystal shattered, we get our first 6 jobs, which we now have. Knight, Monk, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage, and Blue Mage, which also, because of the Fiesta, means we got our first job, which is Blue Mage. Which could have been from any crystal, so really lucky because I'm playing under Pure Chaos that it was actually from the first crystal. And then basically the King of Tycoon shows up and we got energy for all 4 of the actual crystals themselves and tells us, "You're the Warriors of Light, the other 3 crystals are in danger of also being destroyed, you need to go and stop that from happening." And so now we're like, okay, we have to go and figure out what's happening with the other 3 crystals and stop them from being broken before the forces of darkness end everything. And basically the game actually wanted me to go somewhere else here instead, but I know exactly what's going on because I play this game once or twice a year because of the Fiesta. Wanted us to go to Torna Canal and get there and find out that it's locked and we can't get through. Which also allows me to make my favorite joke in the early part of the game soon. Basically, Lena said this is Zock's house. He built the Torna Canal. The canal itself, as I said, is locked, so he can't get into it. And he's like, "Can you find the key?" And he's like, "I don't know where it is, I lost it. But you guys can stay here the night because of what happened with your dad, and you guys can all sleep here." Now we get a slightly creepy scene, which I always point out as being slightly weird. Everyone's asleep. And Bartz is going to wake up, Avros, and he's going to be like, "Alright, I'm going to go chill." He goes outside. Is this what I'm thinking of? Yeah, it is. And crystals. Think of it, they're the reason Dad... I'm not going to find out Avros' backstory till later, but... well, not all of it at least. Crystals must be protected at any cost. Listen, Stella, if anything happened to me, never tell Avros about the crystals. They shouldn't be his burden to bear. Oh, darling, please don't say things like that. I love the soundtrack in this game. Here we go. Here's the slightly creepy part. Bartz decides to chill out of the room because he's not tired yet near the fire. And Zock's just, like, watching Lena sleep. What? Anyway, she says she's going to protect the crystals because her dad told her to. Because the thing that told us to... Yeah, we're trying to stop the crystals from shattering. Yeah, he's just watching her sleep. Don't worry about it. Oh, those were my folks. They died a while back, though. Both Avros's parents are dead. Yeah, take it. Okay. So the old man just gave us something, right? It was the size of the character's hand. It's the key to the canal. Keep that in mind. Keep in mind, this guy was somehow on his person keeping the key to the Torna Canal. So now I can travel to Waltz, which is the next location we need to go to. I need you to keep that in mind, that he had the key somewhere on him for this joke to work, alright? Yeah, he just said he hid the key, which means it can't be that... It has to be pretty small for him to be able to hide it somewhere on himself. Anyway, so I go back to bed. Wake up in the morning. Gal's awake. Leonard's awake. Go pick up our pirate captain friend. Who, this is the funny part. I go back to the town entrance. Watch where Faris comes from. Just came from the bar. She's probably been up all night drinking. Captain, wait up! Here's the pirates. Sorry, lads. I'm leaving you laggards behind. Captain! But why? We'd follow you to the ends of the earth. Nope. The pirate captain's the fourth party member, yep. I know, and I thank you for it. Not this time. Captain! Smells of a long journey. Well, I'm gonna need you louts to guard the hideout. Can't let anyone raid our booty in before FF3 happens again. What, and party members start joining and leaving? That's more Final Fantasy 2. But Captain! Please. Aye, aye, sir. No, everyone just dies. It's true. FF3, its fifth party members constantly leaving, to be honest, though. Win at your back, Captain. Godspeed. Alright. Cool. So, get back onto the boat. Lena's really depressed because her dad's gone. Lena, what's wrong? Wind crystal is shattered. Now the wind has only slowed. Soon it will stop blowing completely. In a few years the air will grow stagnant. The birds won't have any place to fly. Father said we have to protect the 3 remaining crystals. It's Lena, yeah. Not Lena. It's L-E-N-N-A. Crystals? Yes. The crystals of fire, water, and earth. Those lost too, then what? At first nothing would happen. Soon it wouldn't be very long before the earth began to decay. Seas would grow dirty, the rivers cease to flow, fires would lose their heat, and the world would turn dark and cold. It really would be an unlivable place. Guys, we gotta protect the crystals. Huh? Something trigger any of your memories? Nope, doesn't matter. Still gonna help. I love Galuf. Well said, old man. I'm coming along too. Besides, you have to find Lena's father. King Tycoon, but he disappeared into thin air. He still lives. I feel it in my bones. Never for a moment believe otherwise. Avros, will you come with us? Just for anyone who wasn't here at the start. When Lena was first like, well, we're going to the Wind Shrine, me and Galuf. Avros was like, no, I'm not going. He's like, you sure? And he's like, nah. And then he turned up to save him. Until now, I was just along for the ride. Things changed. Crystal Shard. We're given the power to protect the world. The power of the Wind Crystal. That's it. I'm in. Got some crystals to save. You can't be the 4 Warriors of Light with only 3 people. We saw how well that worked in Stranger of Paradise. Sure enough, let's be off. This is character development. This game actually has plot. It's really good. Anyway. Cool. Time to see if this joke lands. Let's just do a quick save first. Alright. Keep in mind, Zoc, little dude, gave Avros a key. Look at the size of this door. Look at the size of the boat compared to this door. Look at the size of this combat before we get to the door. Fun translation issue number 1. In the PlayStation 1 anthology version of the game, these mobs are called soccer. S-O-C-C-E-R. As in the type of sport people play. As in the type of ball. Not Not, oh look, it's an octopus. It should be called sucker, like they are in this. S-U-C-K-E-R. No. Oh, what's that say? Soccer. Oh yeah, it must be this. It must be like the ball. That's the first one. I got a few more as we go through the game. Anyway. Huge boat. Tiny little Avros. You just unlock the door with that key. Not a very secure lock for such a giant door. Like, what the fuck? Every time I play this game, I think the same thing. I'm like, how? How do you lock a giant door with a lock small enough that key fits into? Does it matter? Let's get going. Like, the ground rumbles to open that door. This is lock picking later, and today we're picking the lock to the Torna gate. Exactly right, like, fuck. Anyway, here's the Torna Canal. Octokrakens. Oh, back attack. Boo. No, I'm in the front row anyway, it doesn't matter. Goblin Punch. Brennan was wondering why we've been spamming Goblin Punch this whole time and not just regular attacking when it only does 30 damage and I was hitting a little bit above 30. This is why. Because it doesn't matter if we're in the back row. Goblin Punch hits for the same damage regardless. Which is super handy. Alright. Potion. Alright. And this is, shockingly enough, actually our, this is actually our next dungeon. Which sounds weird, but yeah, it is. Oh my god. Can we stop killing Faris? Anything for Dr. Krakens? No. Downside to Blue Mage, there's some really cool stuff you can learn, but right at the start, like the only real blue magic you've got access to is these two, Goblin Punch and Vampire. Nothing else in the starting area teaches you anything, and you have to remember to go back to a previous area to get Vampire. But because of how it works, where it's like it actually drains HP from enemies, it's so strong in the 4-job Fiesta that you basically always go back for Vampire. Because otherwise you'd be screwed. Especially against this boss, not without a lot of grinding when you beat this boss. Because here's the boss of the next dungeon. Hey, what's that? Oh no, the monster of the canal. Thundering typhoons, the rudder's not responding. Better figure something out fast, because we're getting sucked in. And for anyone that plays Final Fantasy XIV that's done the hard mode version of the very first dungeon, name escapes me right now. What is the first dungeon? Sestasha. Yeah, Sestasha Hard. Look alive, something's coming. Here is the very first boss of Sestasha Hard. This is where it comes from because it is a Final Fantasy V reference. Get ready. Here he is. It's Calaboss. He likes to paralyze people because he's a jerk. And also has access to that ability, Tail Screw, which sets you to very low HP. It doesn't outright kill you, but it does set you to very low HP. Wasn't the boss you're expecting? No one expects the giant crab. It's really fun with this game, some of the boss mechanics in this. This boss isn't one of them, but there's a couple of bosses later on that will only attack party members of a specific gender. One of them, in fact, spoiling a reveal that happens later in the game that I've already been talking about because I'm not that worried about quote-unquote spoiling the story of FF5 doing this, because it's not the point of doing the Fiesta. Because at this point in the game, all the pirates refer to Faris as Captain, and Lena says to Captain Faris, Sir, and stuff like that. And we're gonna find out very, very soon. Actually, because it's actually not that far into the game that happens. Faris is actually a girl who cross-dresses as a male because she was raised by pirates, and you know, let's just say they're not the most progressive people. And she found that she got treated better dressing masculine and pretending that she's a guy instead of you know, dressing femininely and all the rest of it. And the party's really cool, actually. It's a really cool moment. It's coming up very soon. But one of the bosses in this early section of the game actually only attacks Lena and Faris because it only attacks females. But unless you like have looked into the game's code and know how it's programmed, you wouldn't know that. But once you do know that, you notice that it only attacks Lena and Faris, and you're like, oh, it attacks Faris because, you know, she's a girl and not male like the game wants you to believe at this point in the game. But anyway, Blue Mage only strategy for this boss is just to spam Vampire at it. While it may not always do fantastic damage, it does keep you healthy while the boss is trying to kill you. So, pretty much, unless it hits something with Tail Screw and then immediately hits them with another ability, we can't really die. Unless we run out of mana. Alright. Lena. Drinks, the health. That's Avros. Faris needs to drain. Lena needs to drain. When I first played this, no idea Faris being girls in reveal, assumed she was from the start. Yeah. I mean, it's not that much of a secret, but like, everyone refers to her with masculine pronouns to start with, and it's kind of like, sort of a reveal when it happens in the story in a little moment, but it's like not that big of a reveal. Anyway. We defeated the Kala boss. And escaped the whirlpool. How did we escape the whirlpool? Sildra sacrificed herself. 0 EXP. Remember when I said this game doesn't really matter about what level you end up at? That's why. There's so many fights that give you no EXP and just give you AVP. But she's okay, she's a fighter and you know it. Sildra! I'm pretty sure Sildra's being pulled down by the whirlpool bards. Dumbass. Let me go, unhand me! Sildra! Yeah, that doesn't sound like she's okay. We've had 2 family members die very rapidly. We had the King of Tycoon die / go missing, and now Sildra's dead / gone missing. That's Faris. Can be expected. We should leave him be. Yeah, they weren't party. Ship is just drifting with the current. Wonder where we'll end up. Yeah, there's no control over the boat anymore because we don't have Sildra, so we're kind of just screwed. Faris, Sildra is... Surely Sildra is still out there alive somewhere. This part of the game is just sort of dungeon to dungeon for a while. Not a whole bunch of world exploration. Because they just want to like sort of just force you down the storyline corridor for a bit. Basically everyone just hangs out on the boat until eventually it crashes. Because just like in Final Fantasy 3 where they gave us an airship early, they can't give you any transportation early in these games without them, you know, crashing or something bad happening to them. Where are we? Graveyard of the Sea. Gathering place for abandoned and scuttled ships. A nest for the undead. Brr, all the reason to hot-foot it out of here. Skeletons. Thankfully, it gives you full HP and MP at the end of that one when you get to the ship graveyard. Game's actually pretty nice about it. Alright. Oops. Fun fact, this game doesn't give you the world map by default normally. Like, if I hit Y, I can see the maps here because it's the Pixel Remaster. And I did notice that before I actually had, like, the world map on the overworld. Skeletons, exactly. But in the original SNES version and the GBA version of this, if you're, like, running around on the overworld and you hit the button to bring up the map, it brings up nothing unless you grab the map. And the two places where you can get the map in this game are here, in the ship graveyard, and in a later dungeon called the Fire-Powered Ship. And if you don't do either of those, you don't get an overworld map at all, the entire game. Which is funny because speedrunners and stuff won't grab it because they don't need it. I just grab it just for... I feel weird not grabbing it, no matter how many times I play this game. I don't think I missed back here. I don't think I did. This spot as well, for anyone who does try out the Fiesta, like I've talked about getting people to try the Fiesta themselves. If you do try it and you do a normal run, one of the jobs from the first crystal is White Mage. If you get White Mage as your first job, and that's the only job you have, feels weird not to get the map. Exactly. Oh, he said feels weird not having to get the map. Oh, I wonder if it's actually there as an item in this one. I'll double check. But yeah, because all the enemies in the ship's graveyard are undead, if you get White Mage as one of your jobs, you can just come in here with Cure and just spam Cure on all the enemies and use that as a way to get a whole bunch of EXP and level up a bunch. Which isn't so much a recommendation as like a, oh yeah, here's an area where you can grind, make sure to keep that in mind, as it's a, oh yeah, here is an area where you can grind, do it. Because one of the next bosses after this section is an absolute bastard as an all-white mage party if you're doing the Fiesta, because it's before you get your second set of jobs. And so if you don't have a high enough level, you will just die repeatedly to that boss. And coming back here is a good option if you get that far, but otherwise, yeah, no, grind here. There's also a spot. This is like one of the weirdest things in this game, but Thief is bad. At least White Mage gets better later. Thief is just like, you're just stuck with it. Suffer for a while to start with. Until later when, you know, Mug becomes incredibly strong and having steel to steal some of the stuff from enemies later is really, really good. But yeah, you just need to have enough HP with White Mage, otherwise you're just kind of shafted. I don't know if it's the Kalthruthals or the Undead Husks, but there's an enemy in this section of the game that when you kill them, they have a chance to drop elixirs. And yes, you heard that correctly, elixirs as in like the best healing item in the game. Which means that if you're someone that really likes min-maxing in this game, you could spend a couple of hours here just grinding to get like 10 to 20 elixirs. Oh, the boss after here and Gorilla. Yeah, Gorilla sucks as an all-thief party, it really does. You like just kind of have to grind, and you don't have the White Mage benefit of just healing yourself to, you know, tank the damage. Or casting Protect. I think you have Protect by then. This way or the other way? Right. You might be wondering, my health's incredibly low, why aren't I healing? Very good reason for that. Hey, Tilbus Mastered Learn, nice. Young Star for free heals, yeah. Shit. Cross fast enough. Die. Come on. Run. I love how the SNES games, so 4, 5, and 6 changed running from being a command of the menu to just hold L and R. Yow, I'm soaked. Yow, there's a fish in my shorts. Oh, lucky Avros with the fish in his shorts. This room seems to be safe enough. Let's take a rest. He's got himself some food there. Going to change into some dry clothes. No peeking. Here's the scene I was talking about. Avros is going to get some stuff. Start a fire in this rope pile. Okay, time to get dry. I like this. Don't worry about me. You crazy boy? You catch pneumonia in those wet things. Because we just went through that entire previous section, like, wading through water. So, auto run in the PR versions. Oh, nice. Hey, what are you doing? Get away. Don't touch me. And Galif and Avros realize what they were just doing. What's all the commotion? No, this... he... Oh, my stars and comments. He's a woman! What if I am? You got a problem with that? Of course not. But why are you trying to hide it? Here's the backstory I was talking about. I see, yeah. Oh, last pirate band took in. One of them ever since. Yeah, so? Well, do you want to be the only girl in a ship full of pirates? Ah, thought from the start you were awfully pretty for a man. Anyhow, make fun of me for being a woman, I'll shiver your timbers, but good. Whatever you say. That's right, I'm telling you, lads best do the same. Paris is up. Ah, something like a log. Rise and shine, dullards. Time's a wasting. Gal falls out of bed. Yeah, old man, that's enough lollygagging for the likes of you. On your feet, let's go. Her tone still smacks of machismo to me. Replied trying to change her. Faris is who she is. And that's for certain. I love that part. It is like, doesn't matter. Man, woman, pff, who cares? Faris is Faris. Yeah. Positivity. Gendered fucking identity. Let's go. Like I said, a really cool moment where they're just like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Give me a woman dressed masculine, we don't give a shit. You are who you are, no one cares. You're our friend and party member. You can be whoever the hell you want to be. Alright. One doorway back here we didn't deal with just yet, so I'm just gonna go into that real quick. I think there's something in here we want. Yeah. Phoenix down. They're expensive early on. Any free Phoenix downs you can get your hands on, you definitely try and grab. Alright. Now we're gonna go... Faris is Faris. Faris should never be a Berserker. True. I hope I don't get a Berserker. Although, I'm playing Berserker Risk, so I'm gonna get a Berserker. And Faris should not be my Berserker, because every time I make Faris the Berserker, she just misses her attacks all fucking day. Every time. Doesn't matter what save file, doesn't matter what run, every time. No. My Faris is blind. It feels like sometimes, seriously. Berserkers are immune to blind. Like, that's the thing. They're immune to blind and confusion, and yet she still misses every time I make her a Berserker. Alright. We restore back behind us, save point there, and we're good to press onwards. The map should be in this next section of the boat. If we need to grab it still. There's a hidden weapon in here. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, it's funny every year it happens. What a curse. You playing Castlevania? Castlevania 2, no less. What a terrible night to have a curse. It's the rock. There's actually a hidden weapon in here for the White Mage as well. There's a Morning Star, which is like a higher damage weapon for the White Mage only than the staves they can equip, and it can also attack from the back row for full damage. But despite me playing on pure chaos and having a chance of getting White Mage in the next 2 jobs where it would actually be worth grabbing, I'm just seriously not going to bother. Yeah, world map's still there. So there's one of the world maps. So if you don't grab it there, you've got one other opportunity in the fire-powered ship. Otherwise, you would not have a world map for the entire playthrough of the game. And you have to go out of your way to get here as well. Also, those Mind Flusher enemies are kind of messed up, eh? You know, one face with another face flying in front of its skull, tongue between the both of them. Kinda not okay. Antidote, antidote, Phoenix down. Those antidotes are foreshadowing for something that's not even in this dungeon. So, the boss of the next dungeon, which is the one that if you have all White Mages, you need to level up massively for, or else you just die. I have Blue Mages, so I don't have that problem. All the chests have fixed loot. Yeah, it's the same item every single time. Every single run through this game, so... well, you can do speedruns of so many of these old RPGs as well. Because you can literally master everything. This game also has for its speedrun what you would refer to in the old RPG circles as a step route, which is that while they are called random encounters, they're not truly random. They're based on an RNG seed, and that RNG seed is typically based on your movement through the game. And the way the step route works is it's by making sure you follow the exact same route of steps between each overworld location and every location, every dungeon in the game, specifically to feed the RNG seed to make sure that your random encounters always happen at very, very specific times throughout your entire playthrough of the game, meaning that you can actually come up with a set strategy for every single fight you're going to run into because you know what it is before it even happens. And that is how it allows you to actually speedrun the game effectively. Yeah, it's a lot. Basically, for anyone who speedruns these sort of old RPGs, if it does have a step route to affect the RNG seed, you kind of like learn it once, and once you get used to it, you memorize like small sections as you go along. It becomes muscle memory, and you never forget it. Something's fishy about this place, and it ain't the smell of cod. Some great lines in this game, I swear. Alright. Avros, come closer. Mom? No, I don't even know the beginning of it yet, because I haven't bothered to learn how to speedrun this game. Avros is off to the side there. There's King Tycoon. Come here, my cherub. Father! Lena? Ah. Here's a cool little reveal. Both of them get affected by King Tycoon. Cherub is a type of angel, like little baby angels. Like, you know Cupid? He's a cherub, basically. Grandpa, let's play. I love this. Who's that? I just can't remember. So, everyone's getting enthralled by people closest to them. Which, the weird thing is, King Tycoon worked on both Lena and Faris. And whoever this girl is supposed to be the one for Galuf, but because he has amnesia, doesn't work. He's like, I don't know who the hell that is, why would this work on me? Never, demon! Oh, I didn't expect any of you to escape the effects of my magic. Ah, Topher nailed it in one. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a massive reveal later. Like, they've got the same pendants, they're both girls, ooh, all this stuff happens, and this happens, and you're like, why does King Tycoon work on both of them? And then you put 2 and 2 together and you go, oh wait, they're related. But they don't actually reveal it for like another, probably like 3 hours of gameplay if you're going through quickly. Greetings, I'm Saren. I'm afraid your companion's souls belong to me. Still, I'm feeling generous if you could be convinced to spare yours if you ran home quietly. Think I would abandon these kids? Fat chance, missy. Why would you risk your life for these people? Because they're my friends. I love this. Ready? Don't be fooled by a trickery. Open your eyes. Slap. 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 Avros snaps out of it. Lena comes to her senses. Faris leaves her trance. Yeah, Galuf just slapped him awake. Galuf! Uh-oh, here it comes. And here's our next boss fight. It's the Siren, which is a very interesting boss fight because it casts haste on itself so it can get additional attacks. Which sounds mean. Also has access to Blizzard, which is also mean. I'm going to go ahead and do some Vampirism. And this is a really interesting boss, because if you look at her right now, she looks pretty in an FF8. Yeah, the Siren's pretty cool here. But hold your comments about her being pretty for a bit, because you might change your tune in a second. But yes, anyone that's below maximum health, we're going to hit Vampire on them. She's going to try and haste herself again, because the game's kind of expecting you to dispel it. I'm not going to. There's no real need. We'll try to keep everyone topped up as best we can, because when the next part of the fight happens... jerk. Casts Cure on herself. Siren has become one of the undead, and the sprite changes. Now she's a zombie. Still prettier than the other Siren. And this is where Siren becomes really fucking annoying. Because, she actually becomes really resistant to physical attacks. Which, despite the fact that Goblin Punch is magic, it doesn't actually work on her when she's in, undead form. And extra, unfortunately, when she's in undead form, she actually has the... Yeah, see? I was about to say, really annoyingly in this game, when she's undead, she has what's called the heavy flag. You'll hear me talk about that a lot as we play through this one, because I actually got Blue Mage, which means I can take advantage of it. But the heavy flag makes it so that they're immune to anything that would cause instant death, which means throwing a Phoenix down at her does nothing. You just waste your Phoenix down. So the Blue Mage strategy for this fight is keep your health as high as possible, because she hits like a goddamn truck when she's in undead form, and takes very little damage from physical attacks. Vampire doesn't work in her in undead form, because if you try and use anything that drains life on a undead enemy, it just heals them and does damage to you instead. So you have to watch out for that. And then Vampire while she's alive and not undead to heal yourself and beat the crap out of her with your swords. And if you do everything properly, she'll die. That's it. That's all you can do for this fight. What a cool boss mechanic. Yeah, like, I'm going to try and explain as many of the boss mechanics as I possibly can. The downside being, because this is a 4-job Fiesta run, I'm really going to exploit some of these bosses and, like, try and one-shot them when I can, just to, you know, make this as easy on me as possible. But some of the bosses in this have really, really cool mechanics. It's one of the first games, in my opinion, where they really started to do that. Like, 4 has a couple of them where it's like, you need to be aware of specific things, but you just need to keep yourself topped up. Whereas 5, it's like, oh no, this fight actually has, like, stuff you have to work around. Galuf, you saved us. I owe you my life. Yeah, don't sweat it. And that's why Galuf's the coolest. Aw, you're blushing. I'm doing nothing of the sort. And we all laugh at him. There we go. That's the, basically the intro section of this game done. 3, 2, 2, 2. Right, you got the weakest weapon, you get shit. That sounds more like Avros than Avros. Well, that's because Alros in this game is like supposed to be 18. Galif's like the grandfather. So I'm everyone calling me old means that you know, everyone's gonna assume I'm more like Galif than I'm like a character named after myself. But I can't name anyone else in the party, otherwise I would have left Avros named as Bartz and I would have named Galif Avros. I swear, all I do is get bullied around here. No. But yes, we love Grandpa because he's the best. Like, ask pretty much anyone that's played this game who's the best party member, and you'll get one of two answers in my opinion. Thank you for the love, Toe. I just go this for a second. Yeah, most people will tell you one of two options for best party member in this game, and those answers are Galif and Faris. Bartz is kind of a, you know, aha, he's got no personality because he's sort of a self-insert. Boko's not a party member, Bacon, so doesn't exactly count. If you'd said Sildra, I would have been like, you know what, you've got a better argument for that than Boko. Supposed to project onto Bartz. Kind of. Like, they give you the option of just leaving his name as Bartz, but he's the only character in the game you're allowed to rename. So it's kind of like, yeah, he's the sort of everyman adventurer character. You're kind of supposed to relate to him, at least, if not project onto him. Fight is taking forever because we're all in the back row. I don't want to waste a turn on row swapping. I don't want to lose the XP. He's an Izuka Pro tag. Oof. Oh wait, I should have run. Getting what I'm doing later in the game, I was like, why am I fighting every fight? Ross, remember your strats, come on. What are you doing? Alright, so now that we've crashed, we're going to come to this little tiny town here. It's called Carwin. We're going to check some of these barrels here for free loot. Because why wouldn't we? We're going to take a little secret passageway here. Get ourselves a frost rod, which we're going to save for later. That's very important. Don't go running away from fights. No, I need to run away from like a set number of fights or else I'm kind of screwed. Wind's too weak. Ain't no ship sailing. And we're going to talk to this person. This is really funny. Ready? Inner wealth to the south of here, beyond the sea. Use a machine to amplify the power of the water crystal. That sounds bad, right? Must stop it. How can we get to Walls? Quick trip by sea, but since the wind slowed, there aren't any ships sailing. Haven't got Sildra either. Barris looks sad. Barris, I'm sorry. Barris, you have any ideas? For ships we can't go by sea. Can't go by land or sea, then guess we'd go by air then, right? Avros. Come on, buddy. 2 and 2 together. Anyway. Long swords for everybody. Go by tunnel? Yeah, no, exactly. Definitely go by tunnel. Alright, everyone's got big, shiny new weapons. We're gonna hang on to everything so far. Give ourselves the hassle. I don't want to bother. I have enough gil. Get the cuirasses at least. That's it. Oh, alright. Yes, it only costs 10 gil to use the inn. It's nothing. Alright. Moving on. Let's go get some... You have the world map here as well, you'll be able to check this. You can see it up in the upper right. There's not anywhere else we can go, right? I'll explain what I mean in a second. But it's one of these things at this point where it's like, you don't have anywhere else you can actually go. Like, you literally just don't. Okay, so if we make that a little bit bigger, I'll just point out again how it's in the shape of a dragon, which they keep doing with the world maps in these older Final Fantasy games. If you go look, there's like a peninsula that goes out right below where the ship graveyard is, up against the mountain ridge we can see up north there, which is where we came from. That goes nowhere. Coming down south here gets us to Carwin, and we can't go through the mountain ridges up near the ship graveyard, so there's literally nowhere else we can go but up here. So, if you're playing this for the first time and you missed the world map in the ship graveyard, you would be kind of shafted here if you were looking around for anywhere to go until you kind of ran up this way, and so you kind of just run around a bit until you kind of work out where it is you're going to go and figure that out. This is the direction we're going in. Keep forgetting that Gal's still set to cast Vampire, so we need to change him off of that. Now we got better swords, so everyone's doing like double Vampire's damage and just regular attacks now. There we go, auto battle back on. And we're on our way to our next dungeon. Someone in the town, if you go and talk to them, gives you advice for this one. This isn't just like blind luck you come up here, but there's a mountain up here that we can go to. Conveniently called North Mountain. Because why wouldn't it be? Alright. I think this is where I'm supposed to do something. Let me just double check. There's a really handy little tool someone made for the Forge Up Fiesta. Because all the stuff for the Fiesta was run by Gilgabot. And Gilgamesh, who is where the name for Gilgabot comes from for this game, has a good little friend that follows him around in a lot of the Final Fantasy games called Enkidu, who's his sidekick, basically. And, if, playing the Fiesta for the first time, or you've, sort of, going through it for the first time, there's a Enkidu bot, which you can put in the classes you get while you're playing through, and it will actually give you little hints and pieces of advice for, because of Fate, yeah, because it all draws from, Babylonian? King of Babylon, I think? Or was it Sumerian? It's one of the two. I can't remember if it was a Sumerian folktale or a Babylonian folktale where Gilgamesh gets his name from. Funnily enough, the character of Gilgamesh takes his name from Babylonian lore. I'm going to say Babylonian, I'm pretty sure it was, in the Final Fantasy series, but his... No, it was Sumerian. Right, no, you're right. But the character himself is inspired by a piece of Japanese folktale. Sorry. But I'll get to that when we fire the first time. It was really interesting to sort of look at and go, oh yeah, I can see how that all works. But yes, yeah, Enkidu being his sidekick and everything as per the lore and everything. Enkibot you can put into your classes you get for your run, and it will give you advice for, oh, in this part of the game do this, because it'll set you up to using that class later. No new skill stolen from enemies yet? Still no. The only one we could get at this point, and it would rely on us going out of our way to do something very stupid. Russ is dead. I'm gonna go back to town. I've got to buy more potions. Sumerian, but it features the Mesopotamian mythology, the epic Gilgamesh written in Akkadian. Yeah. What's the point of being a blue mage? Wait and see. Wait and see, because it's very, very strong. No, there's a few things early on where they don't really want you to get the opportunity to miss out on getting blue magic, because at the second set of jobs from the second job crystal, you get a job called Beastmaster. What the Beastmaster does, it has the ability control, and you can actually control enemy units to use their abilities on your party, and there's stuff like White Wind is a good example, or there's what's it called? Or like Shield Wall or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of the skill because I don't usually get it. where the enemies are never going to use it on your party, but if you control them or confuse them, they have a chance to use it on your party, you can learn it, and then blue mages can use it. And that's really, really fucking strong. So yeah, in this early part where you don't have the Beastmaster, they kind of just don't give too many abilities to the enemies that you can't learn, or that you can learn, I should say, so you don't miss out. Which I guess is fair, but it does make Blue Mage only in the Fiesta a little boring early on. Like I said, there's one other skill we could learn, and it's literally in North Mountain that we're doing right now. The problem with it is it requires us to do something very, very stupid, and there's no reason to do it. And the spell you get from it's not very good. But I'll double check my items to see if I got the thing I need for it. Because I'll learn it just to show I do. Cool. Alright, I'll do it anyway. It's not going to cause me too much trouble before anyone's like, oh, but it's not going to, like, cause you massive issues. Nah, it's just, like, a minor inconvenience, but we'll buy more of the item I need later anyways. It's not like it's a problem. Yeah, I'll explain when we get there what I'm talking about, because I'm just being very cryptic about what I'm going to do. Because it's more funny to describe it as it happens. Right. Potions now, we can actually go. Alright. Rock slugs. Oh, back attacks, why? One of the reasons why whenever I play through this game, like normally, I make one of the characters in my party a thief every single time, is Thief gets an ability called Vigilance as just an innate ability. And what Vigilance does is it prevents back attacks, so this never happens to you. So like if you have intricate like row setups for your mages and physical attacks and stuff like that, you never get back attacks, so it never fucks with your roll order or anything like that, and you can just not worry about back attacks ever, because they're not a problem, they're just annoying. These guys are useful for a boss later that we have to fight if we don't have any means of dealing with it particularly effectively. We have to backtrack through a whole bunch of the game to come to North Mountain to fight the Gaily Cats again. So remember they're here, because we might be coming back at some point. I'm gonna run around here for a second, see if I can't run into this enemy that I want. Oh, Gaily Cats again. Well, it's fine, I need a little bit more HP. I wish you could learn Cat Scratch, actually. While I'm talking about blue magic and abilities enemies use that I wish I could learn. I wish I could learn Cat Scratch just as like an extra low MP ability to attack with. But you can't. See, now that I'm like, oh yeah, I got on my way to learn this ability that's not very good, but it's blue magic just so I have it. Now everything's like going against me and enemies aren't showing up at all. Oh, I would say meow every time I use Cat Scratch, yeah. On. Ow. Ow. Thank you, Axie, for the Australian Mega Bonk. And the regular Mega Bonk. I've left the building. Temporarily. I'm back now. Axie probably over there like, somebody had to do it. Also, thank you for the fish. And the love. Eesh. Come on. Oh my god. Alright, you know what? Screw you, game. Now I don't want this ability. I'm just gonna fucking move on to the rest of this dungeon. Made me look like an idiot for long enough. So any of these cats? Yeah. That's kind of this whole dungeon. It's just Gaily Cats, Rock Slugs, and a few other enemies. Enough wasting potions in here. Alright, time to climb the rest of this mountain. See? Gaily Cats and Rock Slugs. So there's only like 2 other enemies in this entire dungeon. and I haven't seen... Well, one of them I can't run into yet, and the other one that I was trying to run into just is, like, refusing to show up. Anyway. Still not. Seriously, I'm like, yes, I will learn your ability. Please show up. And it's like, nope. We're talking shit about our blue magic spell, now you don't get it. Can't win. Alright. There's the other enemy, the cockatrice. They suck, and I hate them. Because they have a chance whenever they just physically attack you to petrify you. And that makes them, like, the worst enemy in this game at this point. Because petrification is just, like, instant death, basically. The upside is their accuracy sucks, and they're very easy to block. But they are really fucking annoying. These purple flowers as well, if you step on them, poison your entire party. Just immediately. Everyone in the party has a poison status. The game doesn't tell you that, so you just have to know or experience it. There we go. Ah, no poison. Oh, enemy refused to show up. So the I did show up in some of the first fights I did, so if you did see them and remember them, there was enemies in those fights that were like headstones, so like actual tombstones with like a head on them. They have a blue magic spell you can learn called Flash, which blinds the enemy, reducing their accuracy. Except that the enemy can never use the Flash spell on you because it has 0 MP when combat starts. So it has no mana, so it can't cast Flash ever. So the way you learn Flash is use an Ether on it, so use an MP restoring item on the enemy, and it goes, oh, I've got enough MP to Flash now, and flashes you. That's how you learn Flash. You can learn it later though, so it's not like you have to learn it here, but it's just funny that the earliest place where you can learn it to try and get another blue magic spell requires you to know that the enemies have no mana. So stupid. Alright. Here's the next boss fight. Father's helmet. Obtained a mithril helm. Arrowed. Lena is struck by a poisoned arrow. Lena. Scan every enemy. Yep. Oh, maybe after that Windrake, but I seem to have caught something much more valuable. Wait, you'd hunt a Windrake? Of course, their horns fetch quite a price on the black market. Oh. Instead, I've caught no less than the Princess of Tycoon instead. Yes, you'll make a lovely souvenir for my husband. Let her go, you addle-pated, foul-complexioned scofflaw. Yeah, go Faris. Ah, shit. Well, there goes Faris. Guess we lost a party member already, folks. Oops, I guess he slipped. Pity. What? Hi, Faris. Nah, she's fine. Don't worry about it. Lena, hang on. Ooh, annoying little twerps ruining my plans. Fine, it means I'll have to crush all 4 of you. And Lena's actually poisoned at the start of this combat. Just a little flavor touch. No, she threw a rope across. We're just gonna vampire everybody. Night, Axie. Hope you sleep well. And now, let's take advantage of something very, very cool we can do. Break that rod! Bye. So, quick explanation of what just happened there. There is a mechanic in Final Fantasy V called rod breaking. If you have a rod, you can break it, and it casts the highest level magic that that rod type can do. So that was a frost rod. So breaking that casts Blizzaga. Blizzaga at this point in the game is incredibly, incredibly strong, meaning I basically just nuked that boss with 955 damage right away, because Magisa, that boss there, is a massive, massive bitch to fight. If you get her down to half health, which is like, I think 300 damage, I think she's got like 600 health total, she summons her husband Forza, and when he gets summoned, she casts regen on him, and he has a shitload of HP and hits like a goddamn truck. And regen causes him to slowly regenerate health every single turn that he takes, meaning you have to be able to do a lot of damage to be able to take him out, or have a lot of healing to be able to take him out without dying. I have neither of those things right now, so I'm just going to break my rod and kill Nagisa. I did wait for her to cast Arrow first. And now we have our next blue magic spell. We have access to Arrow. Varus, thank you. Alright. Yeah, that's why I picked up the Frost Rod. For exactly that reason. Kiryu! So pretty bad. Kiryu, don't worry, I'll take care of you. Ow. No, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'll be fine. I just need to reach Dragon Grass. Dragon Grass. Gets itself more poisoned. Give the Dragon Grass to Hiryu. Quickly. So, because you missed it at the start of the game, Toph, when King Tycoon went to the Wind Shrine, he flew off on a Wind Drake, specifically that Wind Drake, so that's actually King Tycoon's dragon, or Lena's dad's dragon. As you can see, because he's got a little collar there, in red and gold. My stars and garters, you're out of your gourd, young lady, that was insanely reckless. Yeah, he isn't a random dragon. This part's really cool. And Ryu just healed Lena. Lena was cured of poison. Ryu, thank you. You're both hale and hearty again. Let's saddle up. I take the hard way when you can make it easy for yourself. Exactly. I love this. Actually, I really like hides. Everyone laughs at Avros. It's so funny. Face, kiddo, now hop on. Alf just bullies him onto the dragon. Alright. Here's our next lot of transportation. We got ourselves a dragon. The dragon can't fly over mountains. One thing the dragon can do, though, which the game doesn't tell you about, but I remember to do this every time I play this game, because it's funny. That's where we're supposed to be going. We're supposed to be going to Waltz. Avros says, no, we're not going to Waltz. We're going somewhere else. We're all the way back at the start of the game. And when you're back at the start of the game, this is where Bart started, in this forest. And there's a meteor here. And we can't get past this meteor, except now that we've got Hiryu, we can. So we're going to sequence break. We're not supposed to be here yet. And we can go back to Castle Tycoon. Well before the game actually wants us to. Chancellor's like, Princess Lena, Jimmy, I didn't mean to worry you. No need to fret about that now. Please, you must return to the castle for good. The guard has been severely weakened by recent monster raids. There's no way we can recover without our princess. I don't know what she's got to do with strengthening the guard, but okay. I'm sorry, I cannot stay. Princess, you have a responsibility to this kingdom. Yes, but also have a responsibility to the world. Right now, we're all in danger. Small, father is still alive, and I understand, Princess Lena. We'll protect the kingdom in your stead. I swear it. I swear to return and bring father back. Till that time, please hold things together here. Not supposed to go here until you get your airship, which is like quite a while off still. But if you know that there's a route to get here on the dragon, you can just cheat, essentially. This cutscene's supposed to happen much later in the game. But it doesn't actually, like, break the story for it to happen now either. Because, like, with the whole Siren thing, you kind of got an idea that they're both sisters. So Lena's like, yeah, you're my sister. And Faris is like, what? She's like, I'm right, you're my older sister, aren't you? Which there's more like little hints at it and evidence and stuff that happens in game that kind of like gets this point across more, but Faris denies it. Runs away. But your pendant. The earliest hint. Avros. Avros. Uh-huh. Had she become a pirate captain from being a princess? Faris. So you find out later, if you go and find some more little bits of story, which I won't necessarily do, but you find out later that Lena's mother and Faris went off on like a journey and never came back. And so she just went missing and they don't know what happened to her. There's like a whole cutscene about it where it's like, oh yeah, you know, she's just basically been missing since she was a tiny child and no one knows what happened to her. And she was so young that she doesn't know that she was the princess. She just has the pendant. They're just ransacking the castle. We just got an elixir there as well, you know, the best healing item in the game. Mom went out to get the milk. No, they went on like a diplomatic mission or something, I think's the implication. Anyway. I'm gonna go in here. That's the storehouse. Okay. Here's a fun question I want you all to answer. There is only one entrance into this place, and this is a solid wall. We can't get through this wall in any other way. If we flick this switch, a doorway opens, which lets us go through a hidden passageway into this room, where there's some chests, so we can get a shuriken and an Ashura. This chest is empty, and here's the Chancellor. The Chancellor, I remind you, who's in charge of running the kingdom, goes in the storehouse. He says, Princess, take the staff from your family's generations, take it, I'm sure you can find use of it. Get the healing staff. Now, the healing staff is really, really good, and all the rest of it, because you can equip it to your party and use it to heal yourself. And then he leaves, and you open up this one, he gets a Diamond Bell. Diamond Bells belong to Geomancers, and they suck. Now, he leaves, and we come back out, and if this wall is closed, there is no other way out. Meaning that if you didn't come in here after talking to him before when he was like, we need you to run the whole kingdom, and then he's like, don't worry, if you go, I'm going to look after the kingdom, make sure it's okay. The Chancellor is trapped in here forever. If you don't ever come and talk to him. So if you didn't know this was here, the guy who's supposed to be running the kingdom ran away to the storehouse and locked himself in with the healing staff to give it to the princess when she shows up without telling her. There's nothing in the game that tells you to come here and get it from him. Meaning he just went, ah yes, I'll look after your kingdom and keep it safe, and then ran away into the middle of nowhere and stayed there. So, doing a good job, ain't he? It's so weird. Yeah, tell me. Tell me about it. There we go. That's faster. Oops. There's so many little things in this game that I've played it through so many times I noticed, and I'm just like, that's strange. Cottage. Is there anything else in here? Alright, there's the other chest. Yeah, the cottage. Cottage are upgraded tents. They heal you for more HP and MP. The tents do, so they're really, really handy to have. But we just ransacked the castle for all of its loot, and now we're never going to come back. Apart from the section where it makes us come back, because why would we bother? The really fun part about that is the Ashura is only equipable by ninjas and samurai, so if I get neither of those jobs, that's just like... where is it? Shuriken are only throwable by ninjas. This is only equipable by ninjas and samurai. So if I don't get either of those classes, that sword is worth, I think, about like 11,000 gil. So it's just like a big source of gil at this part. And the Diamond Bell can only be equipable by Geomancers, but I hate Geomancers, so I'm going to sell it anyway. You need airships when you can have a dragon? Exactly. Except the dragon can't go over mountains, so I still need an airship. Anyway, next town. The town of Vals, which is where we're trying to get to the whole entire time before. It's full of frogs, look. Ribbit, ribbit. I like Waltz. Waltz, the town of water. Bronze armor here, I think? Or iron. Do I want Empo keys? I do. Whip. Optimal. Optimal. Sell. Odd swords. Oh, 2,900. No, it's not worth as much as I thought. Whip. Those. I'm gonna equip that yet, I don't think. Weapons. I don't think there's any other weapons we can get here. Worth using yet. No berserkers, so no need for the battle axe yet. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna go and get our second job. Place that little spinning blue water crystal down on the overlay with our new one. Go off with your back attacks. Game. Yeah, you can already start seeing, like, everyone's HP and stuff sort of diverging, as well as mana from the level ups. To make Garula a Froggy. Oh, right! Yes, good point. I forgot I could do that. I forgot that was here. Totally gonna go and do that first. Thank you for the reminder, Magic Free. Yeah, I do have to go up this way again. Good thing you said something. Yes, very good thing you said something, otherwise I would have completely forgotten. Alright. There's actually a hidden dungeon. Yeah. Oh no, it's at the castle, isn't it? Right. Where is this again? There's a, yeah, hidden dungeon at this part of the game, which is really cool. We go into Waltz Castle. Inside. You know what? Let's take one shot at this. Welcome to... Ah, this is the dungeon. No, I'm not letting you out, you jerk. There's a, really bad guy down in the dungeon. Back to the werewolf. If you let him out, he steals an item from you later on in the game, so I always just leave him in there. Anyway, down these stairs is the castle basement. Welcome to the castle basement. Now this area may seem completely innocuous at all. You know about Shiva in the hidden dungeon? Yeah. I mean, sucks if you want to use Summoner, right? Like, if you wanted to use the Summoner, you just miss Shiva completely if you didn't know it was there. This section looks completely harmless. Except for the problem is there's literally one enemy in here. And that enemy is called the Jackanapes. There he is. He always back attacks you, and if he hits me, look at this. 230. Your only option when you're in here dealing with the Jackanapes is to run. Now you might be wondering to yourself, Avros, why the fuck are you in here? For that, and that, because that's really, really good gear. I'm not even going to bother reviving anyone. I'm literally going to make one attempt at this. You also can't hit the Jackanapes, because it has absurd evasion at this point. Like, I mean, actually, it's a fucking joke how hard it is to hit this thing. Basically, your only option is to run. If you get Thief as one of your jobs in the Fiesta, you can actually make it through this section without any trouble by just using Flee every single time. But this item in here, the Elven Mantle, is the entire reason why you come here. Because that Elven Mantle is a joke of a fucking item. So I'm basically just going to try and run, and if I make it out of this combat again, and I hope like hell I get no more combats. You can block, like I just did. It's just very hard to block the Jackanapes. So, I'm just going to try and run. There's no point in trying to attack because I can't kill the thing. Running's a random chance, so I could just be stuck here forever and not make it out and get a party wipe, which would suck. Alright, we're gonna give this one more shot. I'm gonna skip everything but the Elven Mantle. I'm not sprinting in here because sprinting increases your chance of random encounters because it increases your step rate faster. But yeah, that Elven Mantle is worth giving this a couple of shots every time you do the Fiesta. Like, getting stuck in combat like this and just running and having him slowly kill your entire party is so demoralizing. But it's so worth it. If I can pull this off. Alright. Not going to revive anybody because I'm just wanting to give this a couple of goes. That wastes into Phoenix Downs. I haven't explained it yet. I'm just waiting to see if I get out so I don't, like, talk about how good it is and then not get a chance to use it. But that said, I probably should have equipped it before running around again. Oh, let's give this 3 attempts and I'll remember to equip the Elven Mantle when I make it there again this time. If it wasn't so good, I wouldn't actually bother. And, like, I could just keep throwing attempts at this until I got it, but it's just... It's not fun to do and it's less fun to watch. Even if it is worth it. Come on. I'll just run. Come on. Let me go. So alive again. Forget the mantle, I'm gonna revive everybody. Items, Phoenix Downs. Alright, let's get the highest agility. 26, 27, 25, 28. I thought. Varus, equip, accessory, Elven Mantle. Alright. So now to explain what the Elven Mantle does now I've got it equipped. The Elven Mantle increases, I think it's pretty much all your stats, and if it's not, it's at least defense and agility, which means the ATB fills up faster, and you've got a better chance in combat of running away, but it also does one other little teeny tiny additional effect. I say teeny tiny, but that's really underselling how good it is, because what it does is it gives you, I think it's a base 25% chance every time you get attacked by a physical attack to dodge. And the dodge is separate from everything else. It's not actually like the same chance as blocking or the same chance of the target missing you. It's just straight up, they just dodge and don't take damage. Like, the enemy misses and you take 0 damage. And like, I'm pretty sure it's a 25% base chance that it happens. So, there's a bunch of classes in this that can't equip shields. So that was actually 100% worth it, even if I wasted a couple of Phoenix Downs. Because now, Varus has got that Elven Mantle, which is the fun thing. It doesn't say anything about that dodge chance here, right? Like, nothing there is saying it does anything. But that's what it does. It's just one of those items that you just like, hey, yeah, a lot of stats, that seems good, and you just don't know how good it is until you actually use it. If you see Varus pull it off in combat, you'll see... Yeah, it's an accessory, so it can only be equipped by one person at a time. You can get more of them later. That is the earliest one you can get this game, and because it is so powerful, it's worth grabbing as soon as you get access to it, if you can bother to do the few runs. The 2000 gil on the other side and the speed is definitely worth it, but you know, if you don't have the easy way to get in there and grab them, it's just like, just skip it. Not a huge problem. You can come back for it later. Alright. Cool. So yeah, if you ever see Varus get like physically attacked in combat and you see her do like an animation where it looks like she's doing like a Matador like cape swish in front of herself, that's the Elven Mantle triggering and her just dodging the attack. So it's really, really cool. 100% worth grabbing. Just, if you're doing like a normal run of Final Fantasy V, you can get it with like literally no trouble at all. But if you're playing the Fiesta, it's like, well, I don't have access to Thief, I kind of just have to like squeeze my way through and hope I get lucky. Anyway, Hidden Dungeon. That doorway is much harder to see in other versions of this game. This is the water tower. This is exactly what I was looking for. Defend, 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 and auto battle for a little bit. Am I going to wait for these guys to use Frog Song? Come on. Is it the Elf Toads? I'm pretty sure it's the Elf Toads that do Frog Song. Actually, damn certain it is. It's a blue magic spell that we can learn. Why we're here. At the top of this dungeon is Shiva, and Shiva is one of the first summons you can get for Summoner, which is one of the jobs we would get from the next crystal normally in a regular playthrough, and is the first summon you get access to, which is really cool. But yeah, we need Frog Song because we need it for a boss that's coming up shortly, which is what Magic Freak reminded me of, because I forgot that we can actually cheese the next boss with blue magic just by learning Frog Song. If they don't use it in a moment, I'm gonna double check and make sure it's definitely the Elf Toads that teach it, and not one of the other enemies in here. I was pretty sure it was these guys. Yep, and there was Faris doing the dodge, did like little 8 flick in front of herself, and got the Elf Toads. Alright, that's what I thought. Yeah, you gotta wait for the random option in their AI to use it. Basically, I just have to wait for them to do Frog Song. If they don't do it, they don't do it. And then you just run out, get into another random encounter, and hope they do it. It's just annoying. This is why I was saying before about the whole Beastmaster thing, is like why they kind of have that in the game. The downside being, because it's the Fiesta, if I don't get Beastmaster, there's going to be some blue magic I just won't get. I just have to live with that. Which, unfortunately, it's some of like the better things that you want to get, so... Also, because we were talking about the Galuf not getting EXP and like the party members' levels. There it is, Ponce Chorus. Hey look, Lena's a frog. Now she does like no physical damage. But Frog Song's the name of it in FF7. It's called Ponce Chorus in this. There we go, learn Ponce Chorus as our next blue magic spell. Why is that cute? Because the frog sprites in like all of them have always looked cute. And they stay after combat too. Look, she's a little frog. Don't have a Maiden's Kiss. Oh well. Don't buy one. But yeah, we've got our next blue magic spell. So now we're up to 4. Alright. That's going to make the next boss super easy, because it only does physical attacks. And if it's a frog, it can't cast its one physical attack spell that it can do. And we can just style all over it. Maiden's Kiss. Of course, turning back from a toad, you need a kiss from a maiden. Which apparently is an item you can just get in a store. You can just buy a Maiden's Kiss. Don't overthink that one. Because you won't come up with a good answer to it, because I never have. Alrighty. Let us go. Right. So, I'm going to try and just tap through this dialogue quickly, because this next cutscene's long. So I'll explain what is about to happen as we're on our way there. What's going to happen here is we're going to go up here. Lena is going to talk to this guy. This is the King of Walls. So this is his kingdom. And Lena basically tells the king, we've been sent on a quest to stop the crystals from shattering. And it happened with the wind crystal. And basically we told him to turn off the machine that's boosting the power of the water crystal to help his kingdom. As you would have noticed, there's literally water everywhere. And he basically responds with, it's not happening to our crystal yet, so no, we're not going to do it. And then we're like, but the wind crystal broke. And he's like, don't care, not happening to our crystal yet, there's no sign it's going to happen to our crystal, we're not turning off our machine. And then a meteorite shows up. Now the weird part about this, and the reason why this is kind of interesting, well, it's not turning the crystal off. The crystals are connected up to these machines that are taking the energy from the crystal and amplifying it to cause effects in the kingdoms. So, while it doesn't explicitly get said it was happening with the wind crystal, I don't actually think it was, because it's too far away from anything for it to actually be happening. This town is like full of water, as is the castle, and then, you know, when you go up there, you'll see there's a machine actually attached to the water crystal that's amplifying its power and giving them all the water here and making their quote-unquote life better. That's why they're like, no, we're not turning it off. It's, you know, the heart of our kingdom. Now, a meteorite landed near Tycoon before the wind crystal broke, and now a meteorite's landed here at Walls near the water shrine. So they all freak out because they're like, why is there a meteorite showing up again? We should turn the crystal off. Then you come in here, and Gorilla suddenly went berserk and stormed in the tower. We didn't stand a chance. King went after it. Some soldier I've never seen before went in too. So what's interesting is if you run around the area around Walls in like the wilds, one of the random encounters you can get is with Gorilla, who we'll see at the end of this as well. And he is a giant woolly mammoth looking thing. And when you run into Gorilla out in the wilds, if you try and attack Gorilla, you miss every single attack you take at it, and it does not attack you back. And if you talk to the people in Walls, they mention about Gorilla being this incredibly placid, like very gentle creature that just exists in their local area. And I think there's actually one of them in Walls, in a special section of the town, and you talk to somebody there, and they're like, Gorilla's so like nice and wonderful to deal with, and you're like, okay. And then you come in here and it's like, oh god, you know, the meteorite landed and Gorilla stormed the tower and we literally couldn't stop it, it's so powerful. And so now here we are, in the tower, about to go find out what's happened with the water crystal. And we have to watch out for Gorilla, because he's in here somewhere, and the knights weren't able to stop him, the guards from Castle Walls. That doesn't mean shit. We've run into plenty of people so far in this game that can't stop things that they should have been able to stop. Alright, this is the next dungeon. Ah, yes. Another translation error in this game. See those red flying things there? This thing right here looks like a dragon. You'll notice the game calls it a wyvern. No, not in the original translation. They called it a capital Y space B-U-R-N. That's right, you heard me correctly. They called it a wyvern. Correct, wyvern. When it's clearly some sort of dragon. Which is almost as good as calling the octopuses a sucker. Now, the original translation of this game had some serious problems. I'm saving the best one for later when we run into them. Because we should run into them, but if we don't... Oh, I think this is actually the game where we definitely do run into some of them. Because this game has... That is the PSX translation that has those ones, Magic Freak. That's where those ones come from. They're from the original Sony translation, where they hired to do it. Gorilla's upstairs. Please, save the crystal. Yeah. Wyvern and Sucker. I was trying to recall if there is a section of the game where we definitely run into the enemy that's for, but I don't think there is, so I'll just say it now while I think of it, in case I forget, because you don't ever run into it. There's tonberries in Final Fantasy V. They are an enemy we can run into. I don't know if I'll need to go to where the tonberries are. Yes, yeah, Lena was Rihanna, yeah. And the other character there we haven't run into yet, but yeah, Kryle was Carl. And Bart's was Bert's. Or Bart's, depending on the version you played. There's so many mistakes with it. Tent. But yes, there's tonberries in Final Fantasy V, and in the original translation that came out on the PlayStation 1 Anthologies collection, their name was Dingleberry. Dinglberry. Dingleberry. I can't even make that one up. Yeah, there's some terrible translation in that. The enemy names are usually the funnier ones. But yeah, Dingleberry's a good one. Sucker and Wyvern are the three that I always can remember off the top of my head. Usually I have to go and look up the rest of them because I can't remember them all. Right. Let's go. Only like one more room. Don't want to fight any of your... Oh, I might actually have to do one of the grinds that I hate doing. I did it last year, it nearly drove me insane. What does Pond Chorus do? Exactly the same as it did when the enemies used it on me. It turns enemies into frogs. That's it. That's all Pond Chorus does. I think if you use it on someone that is a toad, it turns them back from a toad. Or at least it should. If it works the same as every other instance of the toad spell in every Final Fantasy game. Does it work on bosses? That's an interesting question. Not always. There's plenty of bosses that are immune to different stuff. So, you know, some stuff like... I will definitely be getting it later, but there's a blue magic spell called Death Claw that paralyzes the enemy and sets them into critical HP. So as in it sets them to, I think it's like 10% of HP remaining and does a paralysis on them. And that works on any boss that doesn't have the heavy flag and works on a couple that do. Like, it's a bit weird on which ones it does work on. And stuff like Frog Song, Pond's Chorus, whatever it's called, works on some bosses and not on others. You just have to like kind of know which ones it works on and which ones it doesn't. Omelets. But yes, it does work on bosses. It's just not a hard and fast rule. So one of the things I like about Final Fantasy V a lot is that some of those things in like Death, for example, as a spell. In Final Fantasy III, when you learn Death, it's like, oh, it's cool that you learned Death, or you learned Erase, which kills like all, like it's like deals with minor enemies. It's like, well, it's cool that you have it, but now that you've got it, it's like, what counts as a minor enemy? And there's so many things it just doesn't work on that I just don't bother ever picking up the spell whenever I play through Final Fantasy III these days. And like stuff like Death, and it's like, aha, I want to instant kill this boss, and it's not even like, oh, it's just got a very low chance of hitting, but it does work on the boss. It's like, no, it just hard and fast just does not work on bosses. And in this one, it's like, you just have to know which bosses it does work on, which one it doesn't. Anyway, that's Garula. That's the mysterious knight they were talking about. And there's the crystal. They're controlling you, aren't they? Well, I won't let you destroy the crystal. And Garula just overpowers the knight. Uh-oh, here it comes. Yeah, usually the kind of stuff doesn't work on bosses, exactly. And here's Garula, our next boss fight. 72 damage from a physical hit. And this is why we learnt Pond's Chorus. And now Garula's a frog. Don't you untoad yourself? Go back to being a frog. And now we get to play the Battle of Attrition with Garula, which the upside is, as long as we're doing this, it's not going to actually attack me, because it's going to be too busy turning itself back from a toad, which actually means that we can control this entire boss fight by trolling its AI into just untoading itself constantly. And trust me, this isn't the first or last time we're going to troll a boss's AI. Not by a long shot. There's actually a really well-known famous one that we get to do later. One of the greatest ways to do this fight. Yep. Oh, it actually missed its own untoad. Let's go. The next best way to do this fight is to break rods on it. I'm saving my mana. My money, I should say, sorry. Not buying rods. Oh god, Rush. That hit. I'm worried that Lena's dead. The mages here do have the chance to drop fire rods, yeah. Which makes this a little bit quicker. Turn back. Uh-oh. That's bad. There's another reason to not have the A to B on wait. Because then you can actually see if that's going to happen on your own turns and redo stuff like Pond Chorus and stuff. Damn it, I thought he'd be close to dead. Wasn't close enough. Yeah, so now you can see why we wanted him to be a toad and not attacking us, right? He's basically just a massive wall of health that hits like a truck. Yeah, it's 1200, but 1200 is still quite a bit at this point. Crystal. Oh, the water crystal broke. Now the game's gonna troll us. Allow me to point out this troll, because I love this moment. Oh yeah, when you think of it further in, you go like, wow, 1200 health, that's nothing. Lord Galuf. Me? You know who I am? Lord Galuf, I couldn't protect it. Forgive me. Hey, stay with me, man. Please, tell me who I am. Attack fire crystal. Alright. We're not breaking them. They're breaking because people aren't protecting them. They're not turning off the... Like, literally, we told the King of Walls, turn off the machine before it breaks your crystal, and he was like, nah. We show up here and the crystal breaks. It's like, Billy, you should have listened. Crystal fragments are glowing. They're gonna give us their power too. Time Mage. We won't necessarily get one of these jobs, but we'll see what they are. Mystic Knight. People will say it's your fault. They sure do. Here's the Troll Shard. See that one up there? Can't get to it. Summoner. Check this out. There is no way to get to that shard at all. Red Mage. And Dragoon. No, Berserker, right. Dragoon's, Earth. Yeah, wrong one. What's going on? Tower, it's sinking. Getting a lot of jobs. How do you know which ones you'll use next? That's where Gilgabot comes in. I got the back entrance. Not only the tower is sunk, but an entire peninsula. Yeah, so with the Fiesta, we get to go to either the Fiesta page, or I can go and talk to Gilgabot on Twitter, and he'll tell us what our next job is. Ah! Roll in the water. Hey look, it's Sildra. I know Sildra's eating us. Sildra, you're alive! Oh, we all just got eaten by a sea dragon. Guess the game's over. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Darn. Alright. So just gonna swim all the way over to this beach. Let us out. Sodra! Sodra, you used the last of your strength to save us. What are you saying, Sodra? You can't die. I won't let you. You get to experience this moment twice in one stream, where it's like, Sodra's dead. No, Sodra's still alive! No, wait, Sodra's dead. Come on, game. It is actually dead this time. It's not just going to magically come back later. Just in case anyone's like, oh yeah, it'll come back, it's fine, don't worry about it. No, Sodra's gone, sadly. Alright, let us go and see what Gilgabot has in store for me. Yeah, so two different ways to unlock your jobs. You can go to the 4-job Fiesta site and unlock it there, or you can go and tweet at Gilgabot and be like, hello Gilgabot, give me my job for this crystal. I like using the unlock page myself. So, drum roll please as we set it up. Like my little job roulette there, because we got the water jobs now, so let's go see what we get. As usual. I knew it was coming. Happens every time. There's job 2. Bugger. Alright. Berserker is job 2. Let me just bring up our job information sheet. This is going to be very quick to read through. Bam! Berserker. That's job number 2. At least you don't need 4 of them, it's true. I can also... You heard Berserker and showed up, right? Anyway. Berserker, job number 2. Base stats, 21 strength, minus 9 agility, 25 vitality, minus 23 magic power. So they're good because they deal lots of damage, they're very tanky. They have 2 levels, maximum of 500 ABP, another low ABP class. Level 1 is Berserk. They set the Berserk status in combat. It removes the ability to give them any commands. It increases the physical damage they deal by 50%. They will only use attack, and they are immune to confuse. That's it. That's all they do. Level 2 gives you the Equip Axes ability, which lets you give that to other classes, and it gives the Freelancer plus 21 strength, so it increases your base strength by 21, which is the 3rd highest? Monk is the highest at 26, Berserker is 21, I think the Knight is 22, if I remember correctly. I always forget. But that's it, that's all the Berserker does. So whoever's the Berserker in our party, all they're going to do for the rest of the game is auto-attack. And because of how the 4-job Fiesta works, we must have one of every job we've unlocked in our party at all times. That doesn't mean that I have to now split the party evenly between Berserkers and Blue Mages, because I'm not going to. I'm going to keep 3 Blue Mages because I don't want any more Berserkers on my team than I absolutely must have. But it does mean we're going to have a Berserker on the team from here on out. So, let us get our Berserker. We go Wolf costume, Tiger costume, other Wolf costume, or the other Tiger costume. And I go Avros. Abilities. Because we did get him to the part where he learn though from Blue Mage, we can give him the ability for Learn for his class. So he's actually going to have, we check his status, Learn, which means if he gets hit by a blue magic spell, he can still learn it for the party, which is actually really handy. Which only upside's getting Blue Mage so early. Alright. We don't have any axes, so we need to go and get one. Once we've slept. Yeah. One of the reasons why you want to get Learn, like if you get Blue Mage in like a normal run, Blue Mage is a Wind Crystal job, which means you get it right at the start of the game. And it's like, oh, if you do that, you definitely want to get Learn on all your party, so that way when you get your second job, you still have the benefit of using the Learn on everybody, so that you're not like going, oh, the person that doesn't have Learn got hit by the spell, now we can't learn that spell at all. Anyway. What I thought. Alright. Alright. Now we got an axe. Berserker's favorite weapon. I'm thinking about one of the bosses I have to fight in a bit, and I'm not happy about it. There's a lot of bosses in this where physically attacking them is not a smart option. Once you have a Berserker, you don't have any way around that other than to blind them so they don't hit. No, I just need to have one of each job. So because I got Blue Mage and Berserker, I have to have at least one Blue Mage and at least one Berserker. So, unless I get Berserker for another job, Crystal, I'm just going to sit at one Berserker. Anyway, a little bit of story that I'm skipping. They basically tell us to go and investigate the Waltz Meteorite, and you come inside and there's a teleporter. Step onto it. And sends Avros off somewhere. Like, did he just warp? They're like, well, I'm on my way to find out. And everyone jumps to the teleporter as well. This takes us to the next section of the game. Face feels so familiar. The soldier in the tower knew me. Who am I? Alright. Disc 2? Not even close. We've explored, like, a very small part of the overworld so far. This was going to be like a 5-disc game. There's actually a section in this which, if this was like a PlayStation game, would probably be where you'd put disc 2. Although it's tiny because it's sprite graphics and stuff, but yeah. Alright, back on foot because you can't bring a dragon with us through the teleporter. We're on our way to our next job. I love this section. Oops. Ha, turn the dog into a frog. Yes, so I can't control Avros anymore. Gage is going to fill up and he's just going to morb out on everything constantly. He hits really hard now, though. And he has a lot of health. Like, you'll notice he's got, like, 262 health because of the increased vitality from changing to Berserker. And these fights against the Wild Knack are some of, like, the best fights in this section of the game. Because these enemies are actually really, really squishy. Like, they don't take much to kill. There's 5 of them, so they're worth a good amount of EXP and a decent amount of ABP, which is 1 at this point. But they also drop like 625 gil a fight. And that's a lot at this section of the game, because there's some stuff in this next town we want to buy, and it's not cheap. Oh, right, they do have the question marks from them, which is Vampire, but it doesn't steal health, so there's no reason to learn it. I never learn question marks. I hate that spell. I don't see the point in it. Anyway, right to this. This is the town of Karnak, and it's full of fire. And I mean, like, literally full of fire. Look at this. You'd think this would be, like, a dangerous way to live, but apparently, just how it is. And if we go outside, there's Castle, Karnak right there, and a boat. That boat is the fire-powered ship, which I mentioned earlier. Anyway, the thing with Karnak is, because they've got the access to the fire crystal and they're using it with their machine to amplify everything, they have access to mithril gear, as well as rods, which we're going to want some of. Now, the mithril hammer is the most expensive item here. I'll let you in a little secret. Buy the mithril hammer if you ever play this game. Even if you don't have Berserker and you don't have a use for the mithril hammer, buy the mithril hammer. It's the most expensive item here. This is why. I literally can't buy any more than one, which in some versions of the game you can, but this should be a dead giveaway something bad's about to happen, because you can't control anything in this menu. But you buy your own mithril hammer, and then you there! Don't move! There they are! You're in league with the monsters. We saw you all crawl from the meteorite. Don't try to deny it. And we get arrested. It only lets you buy one item, And when you sell items back to the vendor, they sell for half the price you buy them at. The reason why that works out so well, and why in the, I think it's the iOS version and a couple of the other ones they did, I think it might even be the Steam version that it works in, because it's ported from the mobile versions. It lets you buy multiple, and that cost me 262 gil, but they're not worth 262 gil. Once the crystal here breaks, spoilers, all the crystals are going to break. We're not so much bad at our jobs, much as everyone is actively antagonizing us being good at our jobs to save the crystals by not listening to us. Yeah, once the fire crystal breaks and they're not able to make Mithril gear as easily, the prices of those go way up. And that hammer's worth like 2,000-ish gil, so when you sell it, it's worth like 1,100 or something. So buying that's like your best option there, just to maximize your profits. Yeah. So in like the iOS version where you can buy like 10 of them before they arrest you, or more, because then they cost 262, you can grind a bunch of gil outside and then just buy like 99 of them at the cheap price, and then sell 98 of them back, even if you're going to use Berserker, and make a shitload of gil early, and then just never have gil shortage ever throughout the entire playthrough. Anyway. Quickly explore our jail cell. Good, I did wait long enough. If you do it too early, that doesn't happen. You have to kind of run around a bit. But if you wait a little bit, this happens, and this wall between the two jail cells gets blown open. Oh, horse feathers. A great escape, and it's another cell. That was the last of my explosives too. Nuts! And we all laugh at him. He was trying to blow his way out of jail, and he blew his way into another cell. Oh, you kids think that's funny, do you? No. Doesn't matter. Name's Sid. Hey, look, it's Sid. What? Same Professor Sid who made those terrible machines to amplify the crystals? Forgive me, that was rude. No, you don't have to apologize. It's the truth, after all. I'm to blame for everything. Yeah, it's Sid. There's one in every Final Fantasy. One day, many years ago, I found a faded old tome in the Library of the Ancients. It said that thousands of years ago, the crystals are much more powerful than they do now. I studied the crystals of Tycho, Wells, Karnak, and Australia, as I get bonked by a whole bunch of Aussie stuff. Thank you, Oz. Haha, Oz bonked me with all the Aussie things. That's great. Built machines to enhance them. But I was wrong. Increasing their power only increased the cost of the shatter. Oh, it's all my fault. See, look, Sid's smart. He realized the machine's the one that's blowing everything up. Are you locked up? It's too late to save the crystals of Tycho and Waltz. I could at least save the one in Karnak. When they tried to switch off the machine, they threw me in here. We're on the same team, you and us. We're here to protect the crystal? Yep, we're asked to. Buy this. Crystal shard. Hydrate, thank you. What? That's a crystal shard. Who are you people? We're the Warriors of Light. This is terrible. Terrible, Professor Sid. Here we go. What's happened? You're right all along. The crystal's cracked. What? Turn off the amplifier, but the crystal's power output has only increased. Fire-powered ship. Guess what about it? Most likely the fire-powered ship is leeching the power from the crystal. Professor, please. You cannot do this alone. You have to help us. I need these folks to lend a hand. What? They were seen coming out of that meteorite. They're in cahoots with that werewolf. They can't help. I guess I can't either. Alright, Professor. Willing to help me, right? You'll nod. We go head to the fire-powered ship. Not exactly a safe place to be. You get ready and meet me there. I'll be waiting. Alright. Now we go and grind for some gil. This section here, you'll notice, is like all these jail cells we can get into, and there's like chests, but we can't get to them because they're covered by fire. Or in the case of this one over here, can't even get into the cell because it's covered by fire. And we can't even get down these stairs because it's covered by fire. There's a very, very good reason for all of this. There's a section of the game where we're going to come back through here when that fire's not going to be there anymore. And we can actually get to all these treasure chests and stuff. It's good to memorize where most of them are. You don't need to grab all of them, and anyone who's played this game or done the Fiesta a number of times knows exactly which chests they need to bother with for their classes they've got. The only one that I'm not sure if I'm going to need, but I'm going to grab anyway, is out near the entrance, because it gives the white magic spell a sooner, way earlier than you could possibly get it. It's this one down here. One of these two. I think it's the one on the left. I'm almost certain it's the one on the left. It's a sooner. Yeah, because it gives you access to that spell super early. Oh, I'll try and grab as many of them as I can as well. Left is a sooner? I thought so, yeah. Because the other one's the water scroll for the ninja, which is like useless most of the time anyway. But yes, the reason why I'm mentioning all of this is this castle is going to explode. Spoiler alert again. The fire crystal's in the basement of the castle, and when it pops, it causes the whole entire castle itself to explode. And you have a 10-minute timer that continues running while you're in combat to clear this entire place and get all the loot that you want out of the chest, otherwise they're gone for good. So, that's a really cool sequence of the game, and when I get there I'm not going to have much time to explain what's happening, so I'm just trying to cover it now for when I get there. Because I've only got 10 minutes to try and do the run properly. Is the werewolf they were talking about. I throw some firecrackers at it and it runs away. Get him off using some of his first explosives, but he'll be back, you can count on it. Maybe you should try talking to the werewolf. Dumbasses. Nope. Back attacks. Come on. Thank you. Alright. Now we need Gil. Because there is a strategy for the boss at the end of the next section that I'm going to that doesn't work in the pixel remasters that everyone used to exploit in every other version of this game. So I need actually... The Mithril Hammer is now 1050 when it was 262 before. Let's grab 5 Frost Rods for now. I'm going to need them. I'm going to badly need them in a bit. Time to farm some dogs. Speaking of question mark spell, which is literally the name of that spell, it's just 3 question marks, see? That's a blue magic spell we can learn, as we were talking about before. Like I said though, it's literally the spell Vampire, except it doesn't drain health. So it works better against undead, but by this point you really shouldn't be using Vampire unless you absolutely have to for healing, because its damage is so low. So learning question marks doesn't really help you. Just kind of like, oh yeah, I got an extra spell in my arsenal I could use if I absolutely had to, and I shouldn't need to ever. Oh, Gal's actually on really low health. Oh yeah, another reason why Berserkers are actually a problem. It's why the run that I'm doing for this year is same one I do at the start of every year is Pure Chaos and Berserker Risk. Now what Pure Chaos means is it means I can get any job from any crystal. The fact that I got Berserker from the second crystal job is luck, and the fact that I got Blue Mage from the first crystal job is very, very lucky, otherwise I wouldn't have some of these spells I've got already. Because they could have been the other way around. Or I could have gotten Berserker from my last crystal, or I could have gotten Blue Mage from my last crystal, and that would have sucked a lot. Because, yeah, Pure Chaos is, anytime you get a job, it could be any of the 22 jobs in the game, including Mime and Freelancer, which are 2 jobs that normally aren't in the rotation because they suck in the format the 4-job Fiesta runs in. But the other reason why Berserker is bad, and it's why Berserker Risk exists, which is just, for everybody that registers for Berserker Risk, there's a higher chance of everybody else getting Berserkers, and then that chance is increased by how much is donated before the event starts. I think the Berserker rate this year, which was like a new thing they put up on the site, which we didn't have in previous years, was something like for every $18 something, there was going to be 1 additional Berserker available. which ended up working out to like 238 additional Berserkers, because I did the math on it at one point. I was like, that is a lot of additional Berserkers. Yes, the Berserker only ever attacks, but it attacks randomly. So it can attack random parts of the enemy formation and random parts of the boss. If the boss has multiple parts, it doesn't care. It will attack whatever the hell it likes. And the reason why that's a problem is just like your party has rows, so you can put your like blue mages in the back row or your white mages in the back row, so they take less physical damage and deal less physical damage. So does the enemy position affect that? So if the Berserker attacks something in the front row like he just did, he can hit for 204 damage. If he attacks one of the dogs in the back row instead, one of the wild narcs, he could hit for like 30 damage while all 5 of them are alive, basically making his attack very worthless. Not completely worthless, but just not even worth considering in the flow of combat. And because you have no control over where it's attacking or how it's attacking, technically no control over even when it's attacking, you could just sit there and suffer with the Berserker hitting a bunch of back row stuff all the time and doing like no damage. And then that kind of makes the whole entire point of having a Berserker that does 50% more damage kinda useless if it's just gonna not do anything actually valuable with its attacks. So yeah, that's a situation you can find yourself in with the Berserker, which with some bosses attacking the wrong part gives you counterattacks from the boss and stuff like that, and that causes you even more problems. But yeah, there's a reason why Berserker Risk is like a whole thing in the Fiesta, to try and get people to sign up for it, to make, you know, the Fiesta more interesting for any of those ones that are running Berserker Risk, because then you kind of know which people have a chance of being screwed. And because Berserker Risk isn't like... you could do a normal run, basically, with Berserker Risk, for example. And if you did, then that means that you could have a chance of getting Berserker on any of your job crystals, which normally you'd only be able to get it from the second crystal, the water one. You have people that have ended up in the 4-job Fiesta before with what they call a quad Zerker run, which is their entire party as Berserkers. And while it's possible to beat the game with 4 Berserkers, I wouldn't want to do it. I would not want to do it. That would just be like spending a lot of time grinding in certain areas of the game just to make sure you had enough health that you could go and throw your 4 Berserkers at the boss and hope for the best. Alright. Flame rods. And now we go back to farming. The reason why we're farming and grabbing so many of these rods is because of the rod breaking. There's a few sections in the next parts of the game where just having access to rods to break is going to make a huge difference. Oh yeah, no, the last part of the game having 4 Berserkers just suck. Like, could you imagine having to damage race Twintania with quad Berserkers just so you don't die to Mega Flare? Like, would not want to do it. I'm good on doing that. Elf mastered blue magic. I think means he's at job level 3. I haven't mastered the job yet, and the game's like, yeah, they mastered blue magic. It's like, no. Hit job level 3, which means he has access to blue magic. It doesn't mean he's mastered it. I guess your best bet with Twintania would be to take him in with Death Sights and hope that when she hits the second phase of her fight and becomes no longer heavy flagged, you trigger the instant death. Now that I think about it. Never had to consider it before for, like, reasons. Like, I've never had quad Berserker before, but I guess that's how you'd have to deal with it. Oh, you'd have to come up with some weird strategies. Like equipping everyone with mage mashers to get past the bombs for the meteorites. Which would also mean just farming for 4 mage mashers. Yeah. So kind of talk about what I'm trying to do here. So the next boss in the next dungeon is a thing called the Living Flame. And it's got multiple forms that it switches between, similar to the Siren back in the ship's graveyard. And each of those forms does different things. One of the forms it can turn into is a tornado. And the tornado will typically hit itself with spells, healing itself, instead of attacking you. And it only changes form when you actually, like, attack the boss. And the reason why this is relevant is in the other versions of Final Fantasy V, the bosses have a shared mana pool between forms. So, like, the Living Flame has something like 300 mana or something like that total. And so while you're fighting it in tornado form, if you just let it just stay there and heal itself to full by spamming spells on itself, it'll just get itself to full health very, very quickly. And what you can do with that one... Hey, Kitty Cat, how's it going? Yeah, so what you could do against the Living Flame is let it heal itself to full, burn through its mana, and have no ability to actually heal itself anymore. And when that happens, because it can't actually deal actually anything or do any damage to itself or anything, you can then just basically beat the crap out of it while it can't do anything really that bad to you. And that used to be a strategy for beating it. In the Pixel Remaster, they changed it so it doesn't have a shared mana pool between forms. Each form has its own mana pool. So trying to stall it till it runs out of mana while it's healing yourself and not attacking you isn't a strategy you can use in this version. So I basically have to come up with an alternate strategy for how to beat the boss. Then the tried and true strategy everyone has used in every single version of this game ever. So, yeah. You think about how long your name was when you made it. That's fine. But I just call you kitty cats. Cat? I'm a kitty cat. Dance, 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 dance. Yes. Reading through the version changes between the Pixel Remaster and every other version of Final Fantasy V was like... So many people were just like, oh god, how do we beat the stuff in this game now? And I just read through the whole entire thing and I was like, a challenge. So yeah. We're working on getting our third job here, Kitty. Let's just go ahead and send that one again in the chat. Gives me a chance to talk about it. Mithril Hammer price increase? Man, it's ridiculous. Yes, the 4-Job Fiesta, which is a running event for Final Fantasy V that goes until the end of August. What it is it's a charity event that we run, not just me, a whole bunch of people do it. It's been running for over 10 years now. To support charity. This year it's for Planned Parenthood of America. And the way it works is we'll be running through Final Fantasy V. We get restricted to specific jobs as chosen by our good friend Gilgabot over on Twitter, or on the 4-Job Fiesta site, or 4jobfiesta.com, as it says in the link there. And basically you play through the game. Each time you get to one of the parts where it gives you a new job at each one of the job crystals, basically you get a new job and have to incorporate that into the party. So far, on the bottom of my screen there, my jobs are Blue Mage, which is the first one on the left there, and then the one just to the right of it is the Berserker, which is the job nobody ever wants to get, but I'm stuck with it now for the rest of this run. And yeah, we're working on getting to the Fire Crystal, which is the next one across, and the Earth Crystal, maybe not tonight. I usually say every time I run this, every year, I'm like, I'm going to get the first 4 jobs in the first night. I'll get all of them in the first stream. I always get to the third one and then just kind of run out of steam, because the distance between Fire and Earth is massive compared to the rest of them. Dictating your route composition? Yeah, exactly. And the reason why this is actually really possible in Final Fantasy V is it's one of the games in the series that doesn't rely on your actual level from getting EXP so much as it relies on what you can actually do with the jobs, and because the bosses have a lot more mechanics and stuff in them than some of the other games, you can do a lot of interesting mechanics in the boss fights to work your way around how the bosses function and beat them at very, very low levels. I think the record for the lowest level for a full run of Final Fantasy V is still, I think it's about level 8, 5 to 8 or something like that on all 4 of the party members. Because you've got 2 different level up systems. You've got your EXP, which you can see on the bottom left there of Havross's character sheet, and what his EXP is to his next level. And on the right, you can see ABP, or ability points, and they are not tied to each other at all in combat. So, like these wild knacks are beating up out in the forest, or Gil at the moment, give a lot of EXP, but they only give 1 ABP per combat. And there is actually a lot of ways to beat enemies in this game where they will give you no EXP, but a lot of ABP. So you can actually do low-level runs of this as well, very, very easily. As opposed to something like Chrono Trigger, that was another one of the games that has a lot of low-level runs, which is a lot more complicated to do. Didn't know Final Fantasy was this intricate. Sadly, it's kind of not. Some of the games from Final Fantasy V onwards all do, like, interesting mechanics, but unless you kind of go in with the nature of a specific restriction, the games are, like, incredibly easy because those mechanics 9 times out of 10 don't matter. The ones that have the best sort of systems like this is Final Fantasy V with the job system, which, if you play the game normally and not in the Fiesta, you can turn your entire party into a team of God Slayers very, very easily. Because the way the job system works, and you can mix and match your abilities, allows you to build just absolutely absurdly broken classes with very little effort. Final Fantasy VIII has the junction system, as totally very happily interjected there in chat. He's a big fan of Final Fantasy, I don't know that much as well. Because the junction system allows you to do a lot of customization with your characters as well, and lets you build interesting classes that way too, which is really, really fun. Final Fantasy Tactics has a similar thing. Tactics Advanced does as well. Tactics 8 Advanced 2, or A2 as it's called, Grimoire of the Rift. Not as good as the other two. They get worse every one you go away from Tactics. 12 does as well, with the Gambit system and everything it's got going there. 10 kind of does with the sphere grid, but it's, again, very easily to just ignore stuff in 10. Like, you can just go and jump with the sphere, like, teleports and stuff to another person's starting area, unlock a few things with Tidus, and then ignore everything in the sphere grid for the rest of the game. Like, I like 10, but it's not a very well-balanced game. And I think that's about it, as far as, like, these sorts of complicated systems go. And 5 probably has the most robust one, weirdly enough, for such an old game. Alright. Fire-powered ship time. Took you long enough. Now I went and ground some Gil. So I suspected, the ship's engine is draining the crystal's power. The engine? Yes, if the engine doesn't start, then quickly, the fire crystal will shatter. You go and turn it off? Yep. We sure will. 5 is when they had the headspace to experiment. Everyone up till 7 has a lot of different experiments. There is actually a 4-job Fiesta equivalent you can do in 7 as well. Someone runs it. It's called Material Lockout. It's pretty cool. There's the map there, which is the different one you can grab. Yeah, the Material Lockout for FF7 is actually, you go and register for it, and their bot gives you a type of materia for each character in your party, and that is the only type of materia they can use, basically. So, never played an FF game close to got was Octopath Traveler. Octopath's an interesting thing, in my opinion. Like, it's not... I wouldn't say it's like a bad game, but it's very different from like a lot of other fantasy games in some interesting ways, which either if you like it, you'll like it. If you don't, you're just not gonna particularly get much joy out of it, in my opinion. Yeah, Material Lockout, you go to their site, you sign up for it, and it tells you which materia types your party member can use. So, like, if a party member gets support materia or green materia, that's it. They can't slot any other materia than support materia the entire game. So, your Barret might end up as a healer for the entire run, for example. It's kind of cool. But yeah, basically just lets you go, nah, I don't like purple material, I'm not going to use this character, or I don't like, you know, enemy skill material, so I'm just not going to use that character. Don't get that one yet. This is the first of the kind of complex dungeons, because of how it's laid out. And then the next dungeon after this one's the, like, actually the first complicated / interesting one, in my opinion. That said, none of them are hugely complex until the very last one. Alright. Footage. Can I equip those mithril gloves yet? Yeah, cool. That's what I thought. Alright. Yes, this dungeon has the fire crystal at the end of it, so we will be getting our next job at the end of this dungeon. Means I get to do another job info sheet. I had a lot of fun making those. I actually had a bunch of them already from a previous thing that I did with FF5. I just had to make a few more because I didn't make them for every class when I did that originally. Which I'm hoping... This is the annoying part about doing this so far. All of the jobs I've gotten are very straightforward. I wish I'd never got a Berserker, but every time I do Berserker risk, I get at least one, so I'm not surprised. Blue Mage is like my favorite job in this entire game, because it's so good. But it's not complicated to explain. Whereas if I get something like Dancer, or Mystic Knight, or what'd be another good one? Chemist? Oh, if I get Chemist, man, I get to sit here for like 10 minutes describing that class. Oh, do I love Chemist. That is a job. Did I just backtrack? I think I might have backtracked back. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Go from here. Up this way. Into the duct. So, the crew dusts enemies in here, they're one of the other places you can learn Flash, which is that spell I was talking about earlier that gives everything blind. I could have learned from the headstones if they'd bothered to show up. Motor traps. One of the things that can happen in here, you defeat the entire combat, and then the motor traps show up, and you get 2 additional enemies to fight at the end of the entire fight you just did already. Wildly annoying. But it's extra EXP. Side. Bitch. And I know some of these dungeons, like, incredibly well. It'll... Just in case. Bottom left is the correct direction. This way. There's 2 items in here that are actually only good if you get the Thief, but because it's pure chaos, I don't know if I've missed my chance to get Thief at all. Yeah, I went the last one then. Because there's an item in here, I don't know if you can get anywhere else, that's called the Thieves' Gloves, which increase your chance to actually hit with stealing attacks from the Thief. Which, stealing some of the items you can steal from enemies in this is, like, how you get some of the best stuff you're going to get in the entire game. And there's a melee weapon that counts as a ranged weapon called the Moonring Blade, which lets you put your Thief in the back row and still get full damage. Which isn't super useful until later. Hey, Doggo! Welcome. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a wonderful birthday there, doggo. If it's still your birthday, it should be, I think. How's it run so far? Pretty smooth. I got Blue Mage for the first job, so it hasn't been too bad. Still doggo's birthday? No worries. Blue Mage? Yeah. The absolute busted class. The only one that's more busted in my opinion is Chemist. Alright. Rune Ring? No, it's the Beret. Ooh, okay, yeah. 20, 20. Good old days of Final Fantasy? Yeah. I'm a huge fan of, like, the whole series, but 5 is actually my favorite by, like, a lot. And that's almost entirely on the back of the job system. And not just because of the Fiesta, because the Fiesta's fun, but, like... I just find playing through this and doing fun stuff with the job system way more interesting than some of the other games in the series. Oh, 8. 8's great as well. Yeah, Squall is Final Fantasy 8. Wants to grow stronger when you level up? Exactly. Made for a very interesting game. Right. Played Thieves' Gloves. Yeah, compete the entire game at level 1, basically, yeah. Yeah, you're incentivized to not grind levels. You're actually better off getting Encounter Null from Diablos early on. So good. It's interesting because of all of the Guardian Force like plus whatever stat skills, which is like the permanent increases on level up, means that actually playing through the game at as lower level as possible for as long as possible until you get those unlocked actually makes the game the easiest it can possibly be. Because then you can get like maxed out all stats on your characters at level 99 and just Ultimate is like a joke at that point. Alright, go up these stairs. That's where it is. Whoops. Alright. I remembered. There's the moon. Alright. Good. Function completely negates status effects. Yeah. The game's so good. I mean, people talk shit about the storyline being kind of dumb and Squall being way too emo the entire time, but, like, go and play it. It's got actually a very good story and it's just a lot of fun. Like, people should talk this game as well, because they're like, ah yes, the game where the final boss is an evil tree, and it's like, that's oversimplifying. Good old story to enjoy? Exactly. Like medieval story? Exactly. Don't overthink it, just have fun. Whole entire point of playing games. Enjoy yourself, don't make it anything more than it needs to be. Right? Alright. A cottage. Barris, don't die. Nah, she's fine, don't worry about it. I'm actually... As stupid as this sounds, I'm actually kind of wanting some of the people in the party to die, because I think everyone's levels are kind of slightly staggered now. 14, 14, 13, 14. Good. Because I want the party levels slightly staggered so I can learn a spell later. Because this game introduces a thing with blue magic, which I don't think they did very often in some of the other games, but there's certain spells that are like level based, so you get like Yes. Let's bring up how old I am again by mentioning the spell name, because someone will mention it. There is a spell in this called Level 3 Old, which inflicts the old status, which causes something to slowly lose strength and become more and more, you know, weak in both attack and defensive stats over time. It's a status element your party can also take as well. Yes, it's my spell, yeah, ha 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 ha. Anyway, it only affects anything that its level is a multiple of 3. So to learn that spell as a blue mage, your party needs to be levels multiple of 3, so that someone gets hit by it. And so that's fine, right? You can just get hit by old, and old affects physical stacks, so you can still deal magic damage and not really have to worry about it. The one that's a problem is in the very next dungeon, there's a spell called Level 5 Death, which kills everything that levels a multiple of 5. So if you're level 10, level 5, level 15, 25, so on and so forth, you die. Which makes learning it really hard. Because if you die, you can't survive being hit by it and win the combat to learn the spell, can you? So you actually have to stagger your levels so that one party member is a multiple of 5 and the rest of them aren't, and that party member has learn. Because level 5 death works on bosses. So you can actually hit bosses with level 5 death and kill them with it. Which is why Blue Mage is absolutely fucking broken. Queen Karnak. What's she doing here? Yeah, as long as a boss doesn't have that heavy flag, they can be killed by instant kill spells. So, level 5 death's one of them. Meddling Dolt, you shall pay for interfering with my revival. And the engine's blowing up. Is that spoiler moment again where I said all the crystals are going to blow up? Here it is. Liquid Flame. And we're going to go ahead and abuse its weakness to Frost Magic. Look at that damage. There's the second form, it can turn into a hand, which has more direct damage. Dang it, I think it's actually... Yeah. Damn, I should have waited, I shouldn't have shattered so many rods so quickly in case it changed. Yeah, it's a ton of damage. I didn't even arrow it either. I killed it. That's the thing with this boss, is we need to race it. Like, if it doesn't die quickly from these frost rods, I'm basically shafted. Because it'll turn into tornado and heal itself. And undo everything I've already done. But, that's why I went and farmed gold to buy frost rods. There's so many little things like that in this game, which if you just know about them, you can just abuse them to beat bosses. And again, no EXP, 6 AVP for that boss. Oh yeah, that was easy. Yep. Don't worry, like, the hardest parts of this game I'm going to have to deal with is some of the trash mobs being massive pains in the ass, making it through dungeons without using up all of my mana and items, and and the final boss, depending on what classes I get. Because Berserker on the final boss is actually a huge liability. Yeah, Queen Karnak was possessed, she's passed out, she told us to go and protect the crystal, because the voices inside her head that were possessing her told her to break it. So we come through the pipe here, there's the fire crystal, and it's all disconnected from the firepower ship now because the engine blew up, so everything is safe. And the werewolf shows up, he's like, thank goodness, it's still intact. Watch this. Galuf? Won't let you touch the crystal, werewolf. Stand down, I'm not your enemy. Not so sure about that. Galuf, say something, what's wrong? Know me? Ugh, I can't remember a thing. Who in the blazes am I? Oh, poor amnesiac Galuf. This random soldier just comes on wandering in, and click. You there, what have you done? Sending that much power through the crystal will smash it to smithereens. Oh look, he's possessed now. And this makes 3. One more and the seal is broken. Jack. And the switch is broken. You can't turn it off. That's hooking it back up to all of the systems. Thank you. I've heard plenty in my time. I know how to emulate it. Galuf, I'll hold this back. You four must escape. We only have one chance left. Save the Earth Crystal. Earth Crystal. Fire werewolf. Go, once the crystal shatters, the whole room will go up in flames. Get out of here. Protect the last crystal with your lives. Here's a spoiler. No one knows where the last crystal is. So we know where the wind, water, and fire crystals are, but no one knows what's happened to the earth crystal. Why, when you're talking to Sid before, he said Karnak, Waltz, and Tycoon, and didn't mention a 4th kingdom. Which are the 3 we've been to now. And Waltz was water, Tycoon was wind, and Karnak is here. Which the fire crystal just broke. And we didn't get our jobs. So we don't get our 3rd job yet. Because we didn't get the jobs. Alright. Here is what is affectionately referred to by a lot of people who play this game, the Karnak 500. You breaking these crystals, man? Not my fault. Flames are dying. Fire crystal must have lost its power. Here we go. Go back into the fire crystal room. The crystal shattered. There's the werewolf. He opened the fire and couldn't get out. You have to hurry. The crystal was held together by the power of the fire crystal castle. Hold up. Now the crystal's gone. The castle's gonna blow? Exactly. We've no time to lose. And we're gonna run up these stairs. Until Karnak explodes. 10 minutes. And Karnak 1000 sounds lame, so no one calls it that. Everyone calls it the Karnak 500. Even though that would make more sense if it was only a 5-minute timer. Alright. And instead of showing you how long you've been playing the game for, I love this little touch. That timer there, see how it says 9:56? That's how much time's left before the castle explodes. So when you do the menu, instead of showing you your playtime, it shows you the time until the castle explodes. 10 minutes is easy, not if I want to get everything. Which I'll show you why this is a problem right now. This chest, we couldn't get in here before. 2,000 gil. That's nice. 2 chests in there, which we can get to now. Oh, hey, there's a chest in here we can get to, which we couldn't get to before. Oh, wait, it's got monsters in here. Oh, look, it's a Gygus. Very good reason to fight these Gyguses, though. Because they can teach us Arrow, which is the next level of Arrow, which is good. Downside is, Arrow heals them. Reason why I did it 3 times, because I just wanted to prove a point. So this is a problem. These things are kind of jerks. What we can do, though... Very good reason why we grabbed so many of these. Learn Arrow, and we get a Goliath tonic from it. And it's got an elixir in it. Now, there's a whole bunch of chests throughout this entire run that are like that, which have really good stuff in them. But also monsters. Sorcerers. Now we've actually got a decent damage spell for blue mages. Getting Arrow. Alright. This should be Ribbon? Yep. Which would be good if we get a Dancer, otherwise it's not that great. I don't need that one over there. Music's doing a good job making you feel hurried. Oh yeah. This section's really tense. Like, even though I've played this game so many times, every time I do this section I'm always like slightly panicking the whole time because of the music and the atmosphere. And also I'm always worried about getting all the stuff I actually want. Or this fight here, you never do it. You just always run. The sergeant shows up with his 3 dogs and says stuff like, you better bring it, and waste your time. And the reason why you don't do this fight is because while these dogs don't hit particularly hard, and neither does the sergeant, when you kill all 3 of the dogs, the sergeant just basically sits there and takes, like, forever to fucking die. And then if he doesn't die, what happens is he just, like, runs at the end of the fight and takes forever to do that as well. And so it's just a massive waste of time. Even if the running's going to take me way longer, it's better to just run. One game. This is the fight that I just never want to run into when I'm doing this section. Game's not gonna let me escape. Alright. Fine. Yeah, game says no run, so we're basically stuck with it. I'll die before you have a chance to run. You can waste your time trying to run, it's so annoying. Get myself some time there. Stairs. Left tower first. Better run or you better die, like, straight away. Thank you. Single Kern Axe will either, like, sit there and, like, run as soon as they get their turn, or they'll escape. I don't actually have an opportunity to go and grab them yet. Alright. Left tower first. Gygus, please, single Gygus, single Gygus, single Gygus. Thank you. Thunder Rod. Alright. This one, if I remember correctly, should be the Mangeish. Either that or an Elven Mantle. I forget which side switch. I think this one's the Mangeish. Oh, it is the Elven Mantle. Good. I did remember correctly. I was like, God, did I go to the wrong one before I said Mangeish? I was like, no, this should be the Elven Mantle, so if I leave behind the Mangeish, it's not a problem. 126. Yeah, I should be okay. This should be Gil. Yeah. That's an elixir. That's an elixir. There's a whole bunch of elixirs in here that you can get, like, very easily, and most of the chests are just, like, Gygus or Sorcerers, so you could really just grab them all. I usually just wait and leave them till later, and if I have enough time on the way out, I'll grab them. That should be the Gil there. The rest of those are all elixirs, and this tower is the main niche. Yeah, I should have time to grab a couple of elixirs on the way out at least, if not all of them. You might be thinking to yourself, oh, you've got like 7 minutes, Abby. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you might have enough time to grab everything. Very good reason. There's a fight at the end of this that's another boss fight, which isn't particularly hard. I'll be able to beat it without too much trouble, but the boss has a blue magic spell that I want to learn, which makes this way harder than it needs to be, because if the boss decides to be a massive jerk and not use the spell for the entire 6 minutes remaining or whatever I've got, I then either have the option of killing it or doing this all over again just to learn the spell. And the spell is way too good to miss, so I will just end up doing it all over again. So yeah, I can't really afford to go and grab every single elixir. As much as I'd like to, it's not viable. It's not a viable solution at all for this. Alright. Elixir. I save myself the time. I'll grab them all. Preemptive? Sick. I should be able to run then. Awesome. And this chest here is a sonar. You know what? Bye. Sooner. Level 4 white magic. Phoenix down. Potions. Alright. 6 minutes? Yeah, good. Give myself plenty of time. And here's the Konak and the... Sorry, Sergeant and the 3 Konaks again. Which is part of the reason why this guy runs so much, is because it's supposed to be the final boss fight. Happening throughout the rest of the dungeon, and then you get to the end and it's like, haha, big reveal, it's not just a regular Sergeant. He is in fact something way more threatening. But... it's just annoying to run into. Hey, yeah, shut up. Now, Avros, don't attack the Sergeant. Now you can. This guy. He's no ordinary soldier. Show us your true form. Ha 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 ha. Wish to know my tried any? If you notice, the time is still ticking down while all this is happening. I can't speed this up. I am the Fate Bounty Hunter, Iron Claw. I know he's going to turn into an Iron Claw. Off. Yeah, that took a minute just to get through that. And here's the Iron Claw. I'm going to sit here and do nothing. Oh, come on, just do it already before my Berserker kills you, you stupid jerk. There's the other problem with having a Berserker, is I kind of have to sit here and hope that Avros doesn't do enough damage to kill the Iron Claw before he does it. He's being a huge dick right now. And now we have to do this. Yeah, it sucked. Although now I have a good read on how much damage I can do to them. I know I need about 3 minutes, not 6 minutes. If I'm lucky. So... I did waste a bit of time on the first Gygas fight showing off that I can't arrow them. That said, I still do need to learn Arrow from one of them, otherwise I won't learn it anytime soon. So, I do need to make sure we do that. Ribbon. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Be nice. Don't. I'm gonna stall a little bit here on this one. No, not arrow, error. Kirk. Oh my god, you suck. Literally the worst. Seriously, game? Come on. Like, for real. Run or die. Thank you. Alright. Do this all over again. I don't have arrow yet, so I can't even do this as fast as I was doing it last time when I decided to actually kill these. Oh yeah, this can take forever. So annoying. Don't let me run. Not gonna let me run again. Jack in the fight. It's the ability that I want to learn from the Iron Claw, the blue magic spell. There's a spell called Death Claw, which I think I mentioned before. Puts something to critical health and paralyzes it. And it works on bosses, as long as they don't have the heavy flag, so you can set like boss health to like 1 hit away from dead. And yeah, that's worth resetting for. That's powerful. Like real powerful. Kill. All the way down. I'm gonna hope for a single Gygus again. I'm gonna stall this one to try and get Arrow. It's probably gonna be the group fight. No? Okay. Fast. Arrow. No, not Arrow. Arrow. You jerk. Oh my god, you suck. Seriously, come on. No, those trigger from auto attacks. Cost the one that I want. Do it. Do it. Why are you being such a jerk? Swear these bosses. Alright. Die already. Oh my god, die. I got Shutter Arm on time already because I'm just trying to stall to get air. I got lucky last time and got error quickly and didn't get Death Claw, so... There it is. Out of here. Barely even gonna heal the guy, I guess. Self. Oh wait. Now that I've learned it. Sure. Why not? Totally didn't want to use those elixirs now, but I'm out of other healing without going back massive distance. Learn arrow, gotten everything else I need except for a sooner. Let's give this another shot. Hopefully I get Death Claw this time. Preemptive, let me run, please. Let me run. Screw your game. On. Bye. One hit. Perfect. Yeah, I'm being very salty. Getting frustrated. Bye. But thank you for the salt. I'm a salty pineapple once again. That's a signal. 4 minutes. Alright, that should be long enough. Out. 3 Konax and a sergeant. Wow, who could have guessed? The upside is at least everyone here's got learn. So no matter what happens, someone in my party can learn it as long as it actually gets cast on us. And I should be able to kill the Iron Claw very quickly at that point. Alright. Transform already. Oh, tapping B does get through that faster. I forgot about that. Whoops. There it is. Hell yeah. We're gonna be out of here nice and quick. Nailed it this time. Get out of my face. Oh, now you're using it twice in one battle. You fucking jerk. What? Yeah, Faris is dead. Deathclaw, that's the skill we're looking for. Learn Deathclaw, and we're out. GG. Could have gone back for some more elixirs. I'm not even gonna bother taking that risk. I love Deathclaw. It's such a ridiculous spell. And the crystals were in there, so I guess we're not getting those jobs. That sucks. Oh wait, there they are. And if you missed it, 2 of them were on like the left and right and flew off elsewhere. We only get 3 jobs here. We'll get those a bit later. Deathclaw. It hits a target, drops them to critical HP, which I think is about like 10% of their health, and paralyzes them, so they can't attack. Beastmaster. Get Geomancer. And we get... Oh, yeah. Oh, it's really strong. It works on bosses as long as they're not marked as heavy as well. So, very, very powerful. Alright, we got our 3rd crystal. Before we randomize Geomancer. God, I hope not. Alright. Roulette going. You'll notice the castle blew up the wall it was right next to, so now we can get to the rest of the game. Which is a nice little touch. Wow, 1 Berserker every $17.07 right now for Berserker risk. That is a lot. Job number 3 is... Huh. Alright. Was not expecting that one. Drum roll, please. And our job is... Night. Getting all, like... Thank you. We're getting all of the, like... Very, very simple jobs. This is actually a job from the 1st crystal. That's actually kind of interesting. Alrighty. This would be a slightly longer explanation, but not by much. Alright, let me just get into town. Heal everybody. All the fire's gone out in Karnak, and if you talk to people, they're all panicking about what's happening. There's the Chancellor in the inn now. What does Knight do? We're going to cover that right now. Ta-da! It's the Knight job sheet. Alright, so Knight is another physical job. 23 strength, 1 agility, and 20 vitality. Oh, Knight is slightly higher. I was right. Cool, 23. I thought it was 22, but it's 23 strength. Cool. When I said before about Berserker being a higher strength increase. So Knight, level 1. They learn the ability Cover. It's a support ability, so it just happens automatically. You don't actually equip it. I actually haven't explained this yet, because it hasn't really been relevant to any of the other jobs yet, but when you go into your abilities, job commands, this top one here, are what we call action abilities, and job abilities down here are what are called support abilities. So, like, the Berserker can't learn any other commands because, like, I could teach it check, right? But the game won't even actually let me give it check because it won't ever be able to use it. Its only ability is attack. It only knows how to hurt. That's it. And with a job that's already got an ability, so like with the Blue Mage, you can't remove Blue Magic, but you could give it check or learn. But it already has learn by default, and check is basically useless. There's no need to give it that. So there's actions and supports, basically. So yeah, cover is a support ability, which means it's just innate to the class. It happens all the time. It'll take hit for allies at 12.5% HP or lower. It will also protect against abilities and stuff like that, and it can't protect against like AoE attacks or magic and stuff like that, but it will jump in front of them. You actually see like the character that gets made the knight actually physically jump down like the party order to stand in front of them and take the hits for them. At level 2, the active ability it learns is Guard, which completely absorbs a direct physical attack. So as long as it's not an AoE physical attack, if it's just a direct one on the knight, sorry, it will just eat it. No problem, takes no damage. Really, really handy. Nobody uses it because you can just rush stuff down and do more damage and heal, so why would you bother? At level 3, you learn Two-Handed. So the knight usually equips a shield most of the time, but with Two-Handed you can equip your weapon in both hands. So I just take the job sheet off again. We go and have a look at Lena, for example, on equipment. You know, she's got the sword in her right hand and a shield in her left. If you have Two-Handed on, it removes the shield and counts as the sword being in both hands, and as it says on the description we've got there, it doubles the damage of the weapon, so that actually makes the weapon hit twice as hard. That's one of the support abilities you can give to like a lot of other classes when they get up to that level, and because it's only 90 ABP, and whoever's my Blue Mage, unless I get another job that's worth using, is going to have Learn by default. The support ability that they'll probably end up with is Two-Handed, so they actually can hit decently in melee as well. It also gives 13 base strength increase. At level 4, you learn the ability to equip shields, which means if you're on, say, White Mage, which is a class that can't normally equip shields, you could have that as a support ability, so it can equip shields. Again, not super useful, so you probably wouldn't bother with it. Level 5 is equip armor, which allows you to equip heavy armor, so there's actually like heavier armor like mithril armor and stuff, not cuirasses and things like that. They're equipable by the Knight and the Mystic Knight, otherwise no one else can really equip them. I think Berserker can as well, off the top of my head, but I have to double check. Basically, that ability would allow them to equip heavier armor, so be more tanky. So you could make a tanky White Mage and have it equip better armor all over instead of a shield, so you'd use that instead of equip shields. But again, you're better off damage racing, like anything that's like defensive skills in this. 9 times out of 10 you wouldn't use unless you're in the Fiesta and you've got no better options. And at level 6, which is 690 ABP, highest we've had so far for any of our classes, gives the class the ability to equip swords. You might be thinking to yourself, but Ross, you already had stuff equipped with swords. What do you mean gives the ability to equip swords? Well, those classes have the ability to equip swords already. There is a type of sword in the game called Knight Swords that are only equipable by the Knight and the Mystic Knight, and they do a lot more damage than the regular swords. And that ability would also give you the ability to equip Knight Swords on any class, giving you access to stuff like the Blood Sword, which drains HP when it deals damage, and other really, really good swords you can get later on in the game. See how deep mixing matching these skills are? Oh yeah, it goes real deep. And yeah, the equipped swords gives plus 23 strength to the freelancer's base strength. The part where this becomes really, really ridiculous is if we go and look at, I'll just turn that job sheet off because we're done talking through it. If you go and look at the job for, who's going to be my knight? Everyone's Blue Mage 3. Varus is at the highest so far. I think the Varus might stay Blue Mage. Galif's going to be my knight. Why not? That Galif looks cool. Yeah, if you look at Freelancer as a job, it doesn't have a set ability for that class. So it actually has 2 open ability slots. Like, you don't have to have, like, Blue Magic like a Blue Mage, or you don't have to have Guard as, like, a... You'll notice that the default one here for the Monk, sorry, for the Knight is Guard. So he's going to get Blue Magic as other one, so, like, he's got Guard and Blue Magic, right? Which means now his 4 abilities, when we go and check it in a second here, Yeah, longsword. Pharaoh's skin hat. Let me just fix this so it doesn't break on me again. There we go. Yeah, when you go and look at status, for example, in Gatlif, you can see his 4 commands and abilities are attack, guard, blue magic items. So with Freelancer, because it gives you the ability to pick 2 of those, and you don't have one specific to your class, the only 2 that are set in stone are attack and items. You can give them any other 2 that you want. The class where this becomes really, really fun is Mime. The Mime has 3 open slots, basically. I think it might even have 4 open slots in that you don't have to pick attack. And you can pick 4 skills. Basically allowing you to do all sorts of weird and wonderful and wacky stuff. There's a skill you get later from the ninja, which takes 999 ABP to learn. Which is a lot. Like, a lot, compared to some of these classes. Like, if you look at Knight, its last level is 350, to a maximum of 690. The one on the ninja costs 999 ABP for that level alone, and then total goes up. I'm pretty sure it's that much. If it's not that much on ninja, I know it is on red mage. I'll just pull up ninja real quick. 450 on ninja for dual wield. Yeah, that's my bad. Oh, it's ranger that I'm thinking of. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's 405 for rapid fire. Really? Must only be red mage then. Yeah, red mage. Yeah, red mage has the 999. Red mage gets dual cast, which takes 999 ABP, that it allows you to use 2 spells in a single turn. It can be 2 of any spell type they have access to as well. You go into red magic and you just go, oh yeah, dual cast, and it can cast 2 of any spells. Summons, time, white, red, black, anything. No problem whatsoever. That is actually as broken as it sounds. And with time mages, they have an ability called Quick. A spell called Quick, I should say, which gives them 2 immediate turns. And you can actually dual cast Quick and get 4 immediate turns. Which is just like, yeah, utterly broken. Like when I said before, you could make some characters into actual God Slayers. Red Mage is one of them, and Ranger is the other one. Because Ranger gets Rapid Fire, which does 4 attacks at half damage, but you also don't count defense. Is this game actually extremely short? No! We're on like the first less than a third of the game by the time we have all 4 jobs unlocked. 3 out of 4 crystal, I expect to get 999 ability points. When we get crystal 4, we're literally maybe about a third of the way through the game, and then we've got another 2/3 of the game to go. You'll see when we get there, don't worry, you'll see. And there are enemies in the later half of this game. There's one in particular in the last dungeon that gives 50 ABP per time you beat them. So you can actually get 50 ability points for beating one enemy, but they're really, really hard to beat. And there's an enemy in a later section of the game about midway through that gives no EXP but gives 8 ABP each, and they come in sets of 3 or 5, and so you just get like lots of ABP from beating them. And you can actually like nuke them without doing anything, and they have no chance of actually attacking you, so you can actually just grind them and they give you a shitload of gold and a shitload of ABP. And you can just grind jobs to max level there, about halfway through the game if you really wanted to. It's boring, but it works. No, this game doesn't end after the 4 crystals. You get the 4th crystal and then you find out about what's actually happening, and then the game goes on further from there, basically. But yeah, plenty of time to master all of our jobs and unlock a whole bunch of interesting stuff we can do. But yeah, so far, Berserker, Blue Mage, Knight. I don't know what our 4th job is going to be just yet, but it's going to be interesting to find out. Actually, I completely forgot I need to get more armor. And have a Knight actually tanking hits. We actually should armor him up properly. Shield. Second missile shields. Lots of mithril armor. Optimal. This guy sells spears, knives, kunai specifically for the ninja, whip, and the diamond bell. Whip's the beastmaster weapon. Spear is for dragoon, diamond bell is for the geomancer. That's why I saw that Diamond Bell I got before. It's basically... Yeah, I got it early, but it's like... I don't even have Geomancer yet. But I still don't even need it at this point. Oh, do I press onwards to the next dungeon? Oh, wait, I should go and see if I can get the next blue magic spell I need to grab before I finish up for the day. 14, 14, 14, 15. Yeah, we got someone at 15 as well. Alright. I'm gonna go and try and get the next 2 blue magic spells. I won't complete the next dungeon completely. One of them is actually a complete horrible, horrible thing to get. It's right here. At this desert. We're gonna go into this desert. If you talk to people in Karnak, you talk to people in the next area we're gonna get to, there's a few of them that tell you, don't go into this desert. Because it's a bad idea. But, I'm not smart. It's the Dorm Chimera. And, it has the spell Aqua Breath. Oh god, my party is dead. Damn it, missed. Well. Yeah, I am dumb. They tell you not to go in here. I'm disregarding solid advice. Just FYI, this is the only enemy that's in here too. There we go. Hey, I learned Aqua Breath. Yeah, that was a blue magic spell. Yeah, that's the whole reason why you go in there. You could get that much, much later, but Aqua Breath's actually really, really strong. Like, that costs 38 mana. Like, comparatively, Pons is 5, Deathclaw is 21, which, as it says, brings it to the point of death, inflicts paralysis. Golem Punch is nothing. Arrow, which is our next best spell, costs 10. Aqua Breath is literally just water damage to everything in the battle. And a lot of water damage at that. It's just... My strongest AoE spell right now is Aqua Breath, by a significant margin. So, yeah, very good reason to do that. Funny though, because it's like the earliest time you can get Aqua Breath, and it's the point where they tell you, don't go and fight this thing, because it'll kill you, and then you go in there and fight it, and if you have rods to break, you can kill it very easily and get Aqua Breath, so why wouldn't you? This is our next dungeon, as weird as that sounds. It's the Labyrinth of the Ancients. Or the Library of the Ancients, I'd say, sorry. And this is a free heal. Just gonna go and do this real quick. Yeah, look at this. Blue Mage's Journey. Finally started learning monster skills. Arrow, level 5 death. Kind of gives you a bit of a hint here. The Traveler's Journal. Give the strange staff that I found to that man from Tycoon. That's the healing staff. That's your tip for that one. And this is a monster. I love these monsters. They're all books in this dungeon. Did you notice this is page 32? And when we beat page 32, it might turn the pages of the book to a different page. Now we're looking for page 64. There it is. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it, you coward. Don't just die, do it. Do it. Cast the spell. Come on, do it already. We only burn the books that are possessed. We don't know which ones of those are. Cool, bro. Yeah, those... This dungeon's really cool. Like, the whole book theme for everything is really, really awesome. There's actually a, really cool mechanic with it a bit later on as well. But also we get to, like, move through all these secret passageways and bookshelves and stuff. This dungeon's actually, like, really, really short. Once you know the gimmick. There we go. But I'm trying to just, like, clear out a little bit of this, get some loot, and get the spell I need in here, if the enemies will actually do it. Cast the spell, come on. There we go. Level 5 death. Galuf and Avros are gonna die because they're level 15. Oh, did everyone level up? Fucking hell. I thought it was only Galuf that hit 15. Oh, no, we can't learn that spell right now. Sick. Like, Avros was 15 already. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing that just happened to all of us. I just want to move back. There you go. Yeah. So I knew Avros was 15, and I thought everyone was still 14, and then Galuf went and leveled up. So I thought, oh, it's just Galuf and Avros that are 15, but no, everyone did. There's a lot of talk about staggering people's level ups. Because that entire dungeon, every enemy mob apart from the 2 bosses that are in there are those books. Which means if you go in there with your party at any sort of multiple of level 5, that can happen to you at any point through that dungeon and you just wipe immediately. And that's it. Game over. Go back to the start of the dungeon, try again. But I want that spell. Now we gotta go and grind for a little bit of EXP. Which I was hoping I wouldn't have to do, but... here we are. Hunter's dead? Good. She can stay dead. Sounds harsh, but if everyone hits 16 and she's still 15, I can go and land level 5 death. No problems whatsoever. Hell, even if Avros and Faris, who look like they're the closest to leveling up, just hit level 15. Sorry, 16 before everybody else. The Death Lord. Dang it. I hate how inaccurate that spell is. And your spells don't hit for shit, Galuf. Got like no magic whatsoever. Though he is super tanky now, like along with Avros because of all the bonus vitality from switching to Knight. Fun. Thunderrod. I had none of those left from the first run. Mithril gloves, handy. Probably go and buy some more rods before I dungeon. Proper. We can ride that one tomorrow. Alright. He's not a blue mage anymore. Can't actually smash rods. Oh, I didn't think I mentioned this before when I was talking about the whole rod breaking thing, but you can only do it with classes that can equip rods as a weapon. So like, right now Galuf can't equip rods, so he can't break rods, whereas blue mages can because they actually have the ability to equip rods as a weapon. There's a whole registration you can do for the Forge Up Fiesta, where you can register for a what's called 750 or no 750. and the 750 run allows you to use rods, and all of your classes you get will be classes that can rod break, and no 750 would give you classes that can't rod break. So you can take that as like an additional level of challenge. The downside is if you do a no 750 run, you can't get any of the casters at all, so you can't get White Mage, Black Mage, any of those, just period. Which, what turns me off from that is ideal. Whereas all 750 means you can't get any of the classes that can't use rods, so you can't get stuff like Mystic Knight, Knight, Ninja, Ranger, other fun stuff. So neither run has like a perfect set of jobs. Rod breaking is very, very strong. It gets less strong later though, so it's like really good in early game. So going a 750 run gives you a good early game, but maybe just a bad late game. But they're all mages anyway, so you should get better late game from just casting spells. Plus, you can get blue mage. Get some fucking random encounters below. I could have sworn you can get random fights in this room, but apparently I guess not. Alright. Cast a spell, come on. Do it right off the bat. Thank you. Game's really starting to pick up. Yeah, this where it gets really fun. That's why I try and get through like the first 4 jobs on like my first stream. But yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours already, and I'd have like another maybe an hour and a half to get to the Earth Crystal if I didn't speed my way through it. Sorry, if I did speed my way through it, I might be able to make it a little bit faster, but I gotta stop to grind a couple of things and grab some more blue magic at different points. That's gonna slow some stuff down. Plus, I'd probably have to go and grind a little bit for the XP for one of the boss fights before I get to the Earth Crystal, and that's gonna slow everything down a lot. I'll save that for tomorrow night. I'm streaming this again tomorrow. I haven't put my schedule out yet. Also need more ability points? Nah. No, I can get by with how much I've got at the time being. I don't need to get that many more job levels just yet. There's a an item I can pick up in a little area coming up for the Berserker called a Death Scythe, which gives them a chance whenever they attack to just proc death on every single auto. Doesn't work on everything, but just having one in your party just makes a huge difference. If you're going to run Berserker at that point in the game, it's the strongest weapon you can get on it anyway, so... Yes, we got level 5 death. Kills enemies that are multiples of 5. I think we've gotten every single blue magic spell we can get so far. Oh, apart from Flash. It's like, are we missing one? No, we're missing Flash. Alright. Oh, I've been streaming for 4 hours and only got 3 minutes 49. Oh, 3 hours 49 because of having to restart the Karnak race. Alright. Right, that's gonna be it for today. Let's head on over. Yeah. Oh, right, that's good fun. I love this game, like, a lot. As you can probably tell, all the effort I put into all the stuff I put together for just the Fiesta and everything. It's so good. It's really, really complicated with all the class stuff you can do, mixing, matching, job abilities and everything. Just doing like a normal run through it if you've never played it before is great. Another VTuber friend of mine did the Fiesta last year, and it was his first time playing through Final Fantasy V, and so I was trying to like avoid backseating him and stuff and giving him too much advice, just giving like little subtle hints on different stuff as he got later in the game. And he was playing through it and reading through the story and everything. And he's like, this is one of the better Final Fantasy stories in like any of the games. I think this might be one of like my favorite Final Fantasy games ever, just because of this event and everything. So, and he's doing the Fiesta again this year. He's doing Berserker Risk Pure Chaos as well for his first run. So he's in for a massive ride compared to what he did last year, just normal. Which I'm I'll pop the thing in about the Fiesta again for anyone else who wants to give it a go. I will be assisting people. As you can probably tell, I've got like so much knowledge about this game now. And as I've said, I'll say again, for anyone who does finish it, I'll probably wait for you to get your victories to me so I can see them. You do need a Twitter account to sign up for Fiesta, so we can figure out a way to make that all work. But if you finish a run, and you've got 2 months, you've got until the end of August to get your run done, and you don't have to stream it either, it just has to be a run. You just have to send you a screenshot through to Gilgabot at the end of your run for him to verify your victory on Twitter. And yeah, you do a run, I donate $10 to charity, as long as you finish the game. That's all you have to do. And I've talked about it before, but I will just quickly bring it up in a browser window. So I can talk about it again while we're here. Not that one. That one. Just that. Down so to cover up my face. There we go. Well, there we go. So, I've talked about it before, but I will just bring it up again. Hopefully that's readable. Hey, Six Citrus, welcome in. Just about to wrap up and just going through a few things before we finish up for the night, but welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, the Fiesta. So, talked about this before. It's under help. So yeah, as it says, contest rules. These are the things you can do. So if you are thinking about running it and helping, you know, the charity out, Planned Parenthood, as it's the 5.5. So if I say hi, barbecue now, no worries. Have fun at your barbecue. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, raised 5.5 grand already for Planned Parenthood, which is great. They're trying to get 10 grand this year. But if you are planning on signing up and you do want to do a run, this is my recommendation, would be just do a normal run. You get 1 class from each crystal until all 4 are unlocked, and you get the actual job from that crystal. So when you go and get your wind crystal job, you will get a wind crystal job. When you get water, you'll get a water crystal. When you get fire, you get a fire crystal. Earth crystal job. That way you're not having to worry about... like, I got lucky getting Blue Mage to start with, and, like, Knight, which is my 3rd one, is also from the Wind Crystal. So, like, I've got a weird mix going on. But my first job could have just as easily been Dancer or Chemist or Dragoon, which are all from the 4th Crystal, and I could have been stuck with Freelancer through this entire first section of the game. And still had no jobs, basically, up until I got the Water Crystal done. And then Water Crystal could have also been an Earth Crystal job, and I could have still been stuck on Freelancer with no spells, no abilities, I can't do anything, basically, at that point. So, yeah, my recommendation is just do normal. Oh yeah, you can do lots. Like, random gives you one of any of the available jobs, so, like, random would give you one of the Wind Crystal, and then when you get the Water Crystal, it'll give you one from Wind or Water, and then when you get Fire, it gives you one from Wind, Water, or Fire. Chaos gives you any job at random, and Pure Chaos, which is the one down here, is you will be assigned jobs completely at random, and also Freelancer and Mime can be assigned to you, which are those jobs that require you have other jobs to actually do anything with them. So getting Mime in a 4-job Fiesta is bad. Like, if I got Mime for my 4th job, basically I'd have to mix and match stuff between Berserker, Knight, and Blue Mage. I could do it, but it's not going to be a very effective class. So, yeah, this is not something you'd want to do, really. So, yeah, normal is a good one. Random's another good one if you want to just get, like, the ability to get a few more jobs from some of the other crystals that are being locked to 1 per crystal. 750 and Team No 750 is the rod stuff I was talking about. 375 gives you 2 from each. Classic, I would not recommend for anyone who's not played the game a lot, because it's just jobs that are in the first Final Fantasy game. So it's Knight, Thief, Red Mage, Black Mage, Monk. That's it. Oh, White Mage. I didn't say White Mage. Yeah. Yeah, the only job you can't get 4 of is Red Mage, because it's a Water Crystal job, and it does try and give you them as you get them from each crystal. So because Thief, Knight, Monk, White, and Black Mage are all from the Wind Crystal, you can get 4 of them, sort of thing. It's not much fun. The other one I'd recommend is Popular, and I'll explain how this works in a bit. If you're playing the Game Boy Advance one, you can do Advance, and your 4th job will definitely be a Game Boy Advance job, which is cool. And then, yeah, you can do natural as an additional thing, you can do upgrade, and you can do 5th job. Forbidden, and then Berserker Risk, which is what I'm doing for the pre-reg. What Popular does is they usually do a thing called... It's not there, I don't think. On the pledges at the moment, no. Job fair. Nope, it's gone. They do an event every year called The Run, where they get a bunch of Final Fantasy V speedrunners, and they actually run the 4-job Fiesta with a set of 4 jobs voted for by the fans, basically. And you can donate money to increase the class you vote for in the vote rankings, and then at the end of it, they take basically a snapshot of what the most popular jobs are, and they go into that popular registration. So this one here, for popular, players get assigned jobs weighted towards the more popular jobs voted during the spring voting session. There's assigned jobs like Chaos, but you're more likely to get popular jobs, so if you get a lot of unpopular jobs, congratulations, you were just unlucky. What that means is that it gives you typically more interesting jobs, like Blue Mage or Chemist or Dancer. That said, it does also assign jobs like Chaos, so you can get locked out of jobs until you get a few crystals in. I'd recommend it more for people who have played the game before. Normal is really your best thing. Normal or random. If you wanted to do that. If you ever get stuck on a particular job, like if you do play it and you don't like a job at all, this is where the charity aspect comes in as well. There's a job fair. You can go and say, I would like one of my jobs changed to a different job. So, for example, if you're like, I want my Earth job to be Chemist, which is one of the stronger jobs, that would cost you $5 donated to charity. Or Mystic Knight would cost you $5 to charity. Ranger would cost you $5. Some of the less good jobs, like Freelancer, would only cost you $2. Beastmaster is not considered a very good job, so it's $1. Monk and Thief, only $1. Or you can just get a random reroll to any job whatsoever for $5 as well, if you want. That's part of where the charity stuff comes in. The other stuff comes in from the pledges. So you can see here, for example, Riley Surf Club, there's just the top one here, said they're going to give $100 if they win their run, and $25 for each of either Shinryu or Omega if they get it, and donate $1 for every time they die throughout their entire run for the Fiesta. And you can see here, someone's got, I'll donate $40 if my roommate completes a run. And if you look through this list, and there's a lot of people that do pledges for this, you'll find people that say stuff like, I will donate, $5 for every person that completes a run throughout the entire Fiesta, which can end up being a lot, right? Or people like to go, I will donate $10 for every run I attempt to do this year, because you can abandon a run and start a new one if you don't like the classes you get, stuff like that. And just to show you the point that I'm talking about, here's the stats for this year so far. 2 people have actually finished their runs completely already, and I only just started today. And here's all the people registered: 414 regulars, 107 randoms, the teams, and there's 262 of us doing Pure Chaos this year, and 450 people signed up for the pre-registration for Berserker Risk. Wow, that's a lot. Holy shit. These 2 here, don't worry about these. If you're playing for the first time, Shinryu and Omega are optional super bosses. They're really, 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 really hard, and people kill them during the Fiesta just to flex. That's it. You can actually go through here and check everything, so you can actually see. Conveniently, I'm one of the people up near the top, makes me easy to find. Where am I? This list. Gone a little bit too far. There I am. Aros Kagath, Blue Mage Berserker Knight. Don't have my Earth Crystal job yet, so it's still locked. And you can see I'm doing a Pure Chaos Berserker Risk run, and you can actually click on this to go to person's account. So yeah, Pure Chaos Berserker Risk. See all that. And you can actually go to the Twitter and stuff like that to see the victories. Like, I can go to my page here, see all my runs that I registered for in the last few years. The last year, I actually finished both my runs, both the normal and Pure Chaos, both on stream. This one was a ride. I got down to 2 or 3 days before the Fiesta was going to end, and I did like 2 8-hour streams in a row, just endurancing it, trying to beat the game. And yeah, White Mage Time Mage as a start was really, really bad. They ended up being really strong. And I had Blue Mage Berserker Dragoon Beastmaster last year for my Pure Chaos, so this year is going really much better. But yeah, you can click on the little stars here and see victory screenshots. That's actually kind of cropped off there. No, you can still see it. That's my screenshot from last year when I finished my Pure Chaos run. And I think this one... There's my victory on my normal run on like August 30th, the last day of the Fiesta. Yeah, that's how tight that one was. Anyway, I love this event. I have so much fun with it. And if you give it a go, I hope you enjoy your time with it as well. I gotta go and find someone to raid. So I'm gonna stop talking about how much I love this event, which is a lot, obviously. It's so much fun. Alrighty. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. I know I dropped this stream basically in the middle of nowhere, being like, hey, I'm just gonna start the Fiesta because it started. It wasn't so start until tomorrow, but they always start at the end of the run, and depending on what jobs people vote for, the run can go for a while or not. They did the run today, and I think they were over in like 6 hours. So people voted for a pretty easy set of jobs, and they are trying to actually speedrun it with the jobs that are voted for as well. So it just goes to show you how much these guys that run it, like Dragon Dark and a few others, I think that ran it this year, just goes to show you how much they know. Final Fantasy V and the Fiesta, it's like the back of the hand. At this point, they've done it so many times, they can finish it in 6 hours no matter what jobs people pick for them, sort of thing. I think the speedrun record for FF5 is about like 3 hours or something, 4 hours. Let me double check that before I start spouting misinformation. Because I don't really watch the speedruns for it very often. I don't remember. Final Fantasy 5. Yeah, 3 hours 36. Pretty short. Pixel Remaster 357 at the moment. A little bit longer. Alright. Who is streaming today? Can't find anyone. Love back to the fam. Oh, perfect. Alright, I know who we're sending you guys over to. They're gonna send everyone over to one of the newer siblings we've got. We're gonna send you all on over to my new VTuber brother, Ice Wolf. He's playing some War Thunder. I don't know how much longer. For now. Yeah, it'll still be around for a while yet, but we'll send you guys on over to watch a bit of War Thunder with Ice Wolf, and we'll go ahead and get some raid messages going. So let's go ahead and do for the subs. Let's do the Avros glitch. That and do the regular hearts. Feel free to copy paste either of those messages for the raid, and we'll send you guys on over there shortly. So that's going to be it from me. I'll catch you all tomorrow. I'm going to post my schedule pretty much right after I wrap up the stream before I head off to go and do some other stuff. TLDR, it's going to be more Job Fiesta tomorrow night and on Wednesday night. And we've got another Jackbox night on Thursday because I want to do some more community streams and play some games with you guys. So feel free to come on back to do some more Jackbox fun on Thursday because it's going to be a blast like it was last week. And we're setting up for the Left 4 Dead 2 big group collab on the Friday. So it's going to be 4 of us playing Left 4 Dead 2. So that's going to be really good fun. So hope you enjoyed whatever is left of your weekend, or enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever time it is where you are in this wonderful world of ours. I'm about to run out of time, so that's going to be it for me. Otsuavi.